Chapter 1251. The burning fire was gradually extinguished by the fire trucks and water trucks, turning into thick white smoke that drifted into the sky. The bright red color had slowly faded from Heavenly Palace City, but Heavenly Palace City was still in chaos. Even though the fire had been controlled, this inexplicable fire had almost turned the entire Heavenly Palace City into scorched earth. The buildings had almost been burned down and the streets were also scorched black. Thinking about it, after the fire was extinguished, it would not be so easy to restore Heavenly Palace City to its previous state even with the help of the display device. While Heavenly Palace City was in a mess, the wilderness far away from the city was very lucky to escape the disaster. It did not turn into scorched earth, nor was it visited by the flames. Although it could not be said to be completely preserved, at least the scorched color was almost invisible here. It was such a wilderness that happened to meet Wu Yan's conditions and was chosen by Wu Yan. Holding Koichi Origami's parents and using the space transfer technique, Wu Yan came to this wilderness without much time. He chose a remote open space and waved his hand. A stream of magic power suddenly appeared like a giant whip and smashed down. Bang! In the open space there was a muffled sound. A pit that covered a small area but was quite deep was smashed by the magic power stream, stirring up a burst of thick smoke and gravel. However, before they swept out, a stream of magic power blew the smoke and gravel aside, exposing the pit in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction and turned his head. He cast his gaze on Koichi Origami's parents who were unconscious. He squatted down. "I'm really sorry. Next, you have to sleep for 5 years, but this is also for you and your daughter. Please forgive me." He lowered his head slightly. He expressed his apologies. Wu Yan stretched out his hands and placed them on Tokichi Origami's parents, mobilizing the magic power in his body. He activated the ability of one of the familiars sleeping in his blood, Ash Nice of the Enchantress. At the next moment, along with the emergence of a majestic mana, a white mist that carried a little bit of cold temperature slowly drifted from Wu Yan's hand and covered Koichi Origami's parents. Almost in an instant, in the white mist, the bodies of Toichi Origami's parents were covered in ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was getting thicker and thicker. In the end, the two people in the white mist were completely sealed in a pair of ice blocks the size of a small car. Only then did the white mist gradually dissipate. Next, Wu Yan would freeze Yuichi Origami's parents and bury them in the hole in front of him, letting them spend 5 years without anyone knowing. After all, through the bullet of 12 yod. Wu Yan, who came to this world 5 years ago with the power of the bullet of 12 yod, will sooner or later be exhausted by the power of the bullet of 12 yod. Returning to the world 5 years in the future due to the exhaustion of the power of the bullet of 12 yod is an irresistible phenomenon. He can't directly bring Yuichi Origami's parents back 5 years in the future, so he can only use this method. When Yuichi Origami's parents wake up again, it should be 5 years later when Yuichi Origami's parents are brought back to this world again. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan used his mana to lift the 2 huge ice blocks in front of him into the hole. Then, the mana used to lift the 2 ice blocks surged into the hole. With a forceful sweep, all the dust and stones were pushed into the hole, covering the hole with the ice blocks. After doing all this, Wu Yan slapped the ground hard. The space in front of him wriggled a few times and returned to its original state. No one would have thought that there's a couple sleeping in the ice blocks that can't be melted here. After setting up several defensive and concealment barriers around the space to prevent this place from being accidentally destroyed by the spacetime quake or other accidents, Wu Yan sighed in relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and bitterly smiled. Next, I have to go back and explain clearly. With a bitter smile on his face, Wu Yan used up the power of the bullet of 12 yod. The power of the bullet of 12 yod began to twist like a whirlpool until it finally disappeared. That's how it happened. Looking at the 2 ice blocks that are still sparkling and translucent even after 5 years, and the couple sleeping peacefully within them, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and said, "So that video is indeed true. At that time I did make a move. This is an indisputable fact. But it was only 2 illusions that were killed, right?" Even Kotori couldn't help but sigh. "You really put a lot of thought into this. In the end, even if you go back to the past, history can't be changed." Kurumi muttered with an inexplicable tone. At this time, the established facts are directly determined by the integration of all the things that have happened in the past. Even if you use the ability to go back to the past, it's still just an effort for the established facts now. History, however, will not change. Hearing this, the elven girls who knew about Kurumi's past immediately looked at her worriedly. This also woke up Kurumi, who was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere. Looking at the elven girls, Kurumi revealed her usual bewitching smile and told them that she was fine. That means... Tabichi Origami didn't care about the low temperature of the ice block. She put her hand on the ice block and spoke with a hoarse voice. My parents can still be alive, right? Yes. Looking at Koichi Origami's worried expression, Wu Yin subconsciously lowered his voice and gave her the answer she was waiting for. Don't worry, your parents aren't dead. Not dead. Not dead. My parents are not dead. Yuichi Origami murmured absent-mindedly like a broken doll. It was not until a long time later that an uncontrollable excitement appeared on her face. Not dead. Mom and Dad aren't dead. With an agitated expression, Tabichi Origami grabbed Wu Yan's shoulder with her frozen hand. She lost her usual cool. Hurry up. Let them out. Wu Yan nodded. He looked at the two ice blocks and waved his hand. The dazzling magic radiance shot out like a meteor and landed on two huge blocks of ice. Under the gaze of everyone present, the ice blocks melted. There wasn't the slightest sound, nor was there the slightest abnormality. The ice that had been maintained for 5 years melted at a speed that wasn't too fast nor too slow. Like evaporating alcohol, it turned into a cold white mist and dissipated into the air. The white mist gradually drifted and the ice blocks slowly disappeared. When the man and woman in the ice blocks were completely exposed, the white mist and the ice blocks disappeared. Wu Yin waved his hand again. This time, a dazzling white light shot out and landed on the man and woman. Soon after, everyone saw it. The man and woman's eyelids moved. As their eyelids twitched, Yuichi Origami's delicate body also trembled. Without thinking, Yuichi Origami rushed over and hugged her parents' bodies. Dad. Mom. Under Tabichi Origami's call, her parents' eyelids trembled and finally opened. Tabichi Origami felt like she was in a dream. Ugh. Amidst a groan, Tokichi Origami's parents covered their heads and looked around blankly. This is. Hearing that familiar voice, Tabichi Origami's emotions could no longer be suppressed. Dad. Mom. While choking with sobs, Yuani threw herself into the arms of her parents. In her eyes, the tears that had completely dried up 5 years ago once again sprouted life force and flowed down once again. Woo, woo in the air, the unrestrained cries of a child reverberated in the air. Everyone heard it. Looking at the white-haired girl who threw herself into the arms of her bewildered parents, Wu Yan exchanged glances with the other girls and they all laughed. Chapter 1252. See you on the top floor of the Central Plaza in the evening of the Afternight Festival. Looking at the message on his phone, he scratched his cheeks and sighed as he made his way to the Central Hall. It had already been 3 days since Yuichi Origami unreasonably made a move on the square of the Heavenly Palace. Wu Yan had a hard time in the past 3 days. He was attacked in the square of the Heavenly Palace, encountered a phantom and was attacked by a dem. After that, he had to clean up the mess, control the impact of the incident, and go through a round of bullet of 12 YOD. He had to go back to 5 years ago to save Tabichi Origami's parents. It's only been 3 days, but Wu Yin has been sighing and groaning for a long time due to all the things that have happened. Ever since Tabichi Origami reunited with her parents, they were brought back to Fraxinus by Kotori. She hasn't seen Wu Yen since. That's why he was invited out by Tabichi Origami. To be honest, Wu Yen was very surprised and even a bit nervous. He didn't know what that icy beauty would do next. For Wu Yen, these 3 days were very hard to bear. For the students of the 10 high schools, these 3 days weren't very relaxing either. They didn't have any memories of the elves and magicians. Jin Na Yiyu and the rest of Ratatosker led by Ratatosker had erased all of these students' memories. However, they still retained their memories of the Tianyang ritual. Due to an unknown explosion, the last day of the Tianyang festival was cancelled, which caused all the students to protest. After 2 days of hard work in the Tianyang sacrificial ceremony, the last day of the night sacrificial ceremony, which only belonged to the students, had been cancelled just like that. How could anyone be willing to accept it? Therefore, the group of students burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm. They protested fervently. The elven girls were also unwilling to let it go. They kept bothering Kotori. She had no choice but to use her connections with Ratatosker. She cooperated with the students. The afternight festival was postponed for 3 days. It was held once again. The students were very satisfied with the result. Therefore, even though it was postponed for 3 days today, the students were still as if they weren't affected at all. They were happily celebrating the night sacrifice. It was almost evening now, and the clamor could be heard everywhere. This was the best evidence. After passing through the lively streets, Wu Yan arrived at the central hall. The doors to the central hall were already closed. Even the staff had been evacuated. There was no place to enter. Wu Yan circled around the central hall but still couldn't find an entrance. In the end, he had no choice but to use space transfer and teleport to the rooftop. The sun was setting in the west, and the dazzling radiance sprinkled down. On the rooftop of the central hall, a beautiful girl with an extremely conspicuous white shoulder-length hair, wearing a short-sleeved inner shirt and shorts, stood with her back facing the entrance. She stroked her hair that was fluttering in the wind with one hand while looking into the distance, elongating the shadow behind her. Standing under the radiance, it formed an extremely beautiful scene. At first, Wu Yan thought he saw an angel and lost himself for a split second. When he came back to his senses, the beautiful girl under the setting sun had already turned around and looked at him. Her pretty face was as calm as an ancient well, but her pair of blue eyes were sparkling with a radiance that made one's heart flutter. It was still the same face and the same performance as before. However, looking at Kite Origami's expressionless face, Wu Yan felt comfortable all over. This was because he could clearly feel that even though that face was still as expressionless as before, the haze that could be hidden behind it had completely dissipated like the clear sky after the rain. Instead, it was replaced by a refreshing feeling that made people unconsciously feel comfortable. This was the current Kite Origami. She had completely gotten rid of the past, got rid of the hatred, and also got rid of the sad path. The perfect Kite Origami. If there was anything that made people feel unsatisfied with the current Kite Origami, it was probably that on that beautiful face, there had never been a smile. Wu Yan and Kite Origami looked at each other. Kite Origami didn't say anything. The two of them looked at each other quietly. They actually had a feeling that they could see through each other's thoughts. If outsiders saw them looking at each other like this, it would be hard for them to imagine that 3 days ago, they just had a one-sided battle to the death. After some time, Kite Origami finally broke the silence and walked in front of Wu Yan. She then bent down and deeply bowed to Wu Yan. Thank you, and sorry, gratitude and apology. This was the most realistic portrayal of Kite Origami's current mood. As for what she was thanking and apologizing for, there was no need to mention it again. Kite Origami has now been reborn. Wu Yan clearly realized this and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. You don't have to take it to heart. You saved me. Kite Origami looked into Wu Yan's eyes. I won't forget this. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I think I saved your parents. To me, the person you saved is me. Toichi Origami used the simplest words to express her true feelings. I was redeemed because of you. Is that so? Even Wu Yan felt a bit embarrassed at being asked this way. But he still asked anyway. How are your parents? Yes. After a checkup, they have completely recovered to the level of a normal person, but because they slept for too long, their bodies are too stiff. It will take a lot of time for them to move normally. Kite Origami's face was expressionless, but her eyes were bright. She was clearly in a good mood. Ratatosker has already used the excuse of being in a coma for 5 years as an accident to let mom and dad adapt to the world 5 years later. When they return to normal, they will be able to move freely. Then, are you okay on your side? Wu Yan teased. You were originally a little girl, but suddenly became a beautiful girl. Your parents must be very uncomfortable. Yes. Compared to that, they are not used to my expression. Kite Origami replied, making Wu Yan laugh. Then you have to smile more often in the future. Don't let others think that you've developed a weird habit. No. Kite Origami said without hesitation. Even if my personality is bad, mom and dad will still treat me well like before. Then they are really great parents. Wu Yan praised. No wonder you are so attached to them. Yes, they're the best parents in the world. When Yuichi Origami said this, she tilted her head. There was no smile on her face, but there was an unusually cheerful wave in her eyes. Kite Origami looked at Wu Yan and suddenly said, I have decided to leave AST and join Ratatosker. Wu Yan paused and frowned. Is this okay? I can't leave my current life. Kite Origami shook her head. Although I want to live a normal life, I won't be able to get used to it without my magician skills. Kite Origami put her eyes in front of Wu Yan, as if she was speaking with her eyes. Kotori also invited me to join Ratatosker. She said she didn't want to let go of me who is better than the real one. I also want to repay you, so I agreed. This Kotori? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He hesitated and asked seriously. Have you really decided? In order to obtain power, my body underwent a magical treatment that is even stronger than the real thing. After a thorough examination, I have less than a year left. Tabichi Origami didn't answer Wu Yan's question directly. Instead, she changed the subject. Kotori said you have a way to restore me to normal. I don't want to lose the chance to spend my life with mom and dad again, so I can only work for you. From now on, I am yours. With this sentence as the conclusion, Yuichi Origami bowed again. Please help me one more time so that I can repay you. You? Wu Yan looked at Kite Origami, who kept her head down. He rolled his eyes at her helplessly. Don't regret it, I have a lot of trouble. Yes. A monotonous response echoed in the air. There was a trace of undetectable joy hidden in it as it echoed under the setting sun. Chapter 1253. Lying in his bed, Wu Yan, who just woke up, looked at Tabichi Origami, who is lying on top of him with her hands on both sides of his head. Her face is only 10 centimeters away from him. She is looking at him with her clear and expressionless eyes. She didn't say a word. The wine-red eyes and the blue eyes looked at each other. Both of them had nothing to say to each other. For the next 5 minutes, Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami just stared at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Of course, the reason why this happened wasn't because the two of them had short-circuited their brains. At least Wu Yan wasn't. During these 5 minutes of staring at each other in disbelief, his brain was spinning rapidly to think of a problem. What the hell is going on? Well, Wu Yan's brain was indeed short-circuited. He couldn't help it. The scene in front of him was too strange. After a conversation with Yuichi Origami last night, the two of them had buried the hatchet. Since Yuichi Origami was no longer a member of AST, she had completely let go of the hatred in her heart and will no longer hate the elves. The group of elven girls also knew about Yuichi Origami's incident and no longer viewed her as an enemy. But no matter what, Yuichi Origami didn't have a good relationship with them before this. However, the current situation was that the person who had just buried the hatchet and declared that he wanted to repay him not only appeared in this house full of elves today, but also in his own room in such a manner. No matter who it was, they would feel strange, right? No. Perhaps I should correct this. Yuichi Origami, the culprit, wouldn't feel strange. Time slowly passed. Another 5 minutes had passed. The two of them were still staring at each other in this manner. The atmosphere in the room was getting stranger and stranger. Finally, Wu Yan couldn't stand this strange situation anymore. His face froze. He spoke. Can you tell me what's going on? As if she was waiting for Wu Yan to speak, Tabichi Origami calmly replied the moment Wu Yan finished his sentence. Get up. I'm here to wake you up. Can I ask why? This is Shirji's order. Shirji? Yes. Actually, can you be more specific? Around 7 a.m., I came here as instructed and knocked on the door at 6:32:34. Then, after about 3 seconds, Shirori answered my knock and opened the door for me 15 seconds later. Then, wait. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked that. Wu Yan resisted the urge to flip the table. He took a deep breath and looked at Tabichi Origami's pretty face. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then I'll ask you a question. No problem. First, why are you in this house? Kotori asked me to come here. She said there's something to discuss. Discuss something? Wu Yan paused for a second before he recalled something. He frowned. Is it about the phantom? How can this be discussed in the house? It's fine. Yuichi Origami replied concisely. Kotori said Shirji will find an excuse to run away as soon as I come here. Is that so? Wu Yan started sweating. He shook his head and returned to the topic at hand. Then why would Shirji ask you to wake me up? Maybe it's just Wu Yan's imagination. Tabichi Origami's eyebrows twitched for a split second when she heard his question. She didn't reply until a while later. Although I don't know the specific reason, according to my observation, this should be an excuse for Shirori to drive me away when I'm in the process of improving my relationship with her. Don't you understand? Wu Yan's lips twitched as he complained. Then why did you wake me up in such a way? This is an experiment. What? This is an experiment. Tokichi Origami repeated the question with an expressionless face without the slightest bit of impatience. Then he explained. It's because I've only learned how to use a female identity to intimately awaken a good friend, who is also a female in the past. I don't understand what's the best way to awaken a man, so I tried to do this experiment. Can I ask where you learned this from? From a book. Yuichi Origami answered without hesitation. A book that's only available for rent in a very special store. I know that without you telling me. Wu Yen felt like all his energy was drained away by Tabichi Origami's emotionless words. He felt like he was out of energy. In conclusion, now that Shirji has run away because of you, you still followed Shirji's order to wake me up, but you didn't know what method to use. As a result, after experimenting one by one, when I woke up I experimented with one of them and the result became like this. Is it like this? Correct. Well then let me ask. Wu Yen forced a smile as his expression turned unnatural. If I don't wake up, what will you do next? Yuichi Origami was silent for a moment before replying with a blank expression. According to the book, a certain part of a man's body will be particularly energetic in the morning. I'm going to stimulate that part and let you get up comfortably. Cough, cough, cough. A breath rushed into Wu Yan's heart and throat, almost choking Wu Yan to death. Fortunately, as a true ancestor, Wu Yan couldn't die. His face turned green. Let me ask again, how are you going to stimulate it? Lick? With her usual cold expression, Yuichi Origami said something that couldn't be ignored. Although there are many other ways to stimulate that part of the mind, according to statistics, licking is the most suitable and most comfortable way. Wu Yan didn't know what expression to use to respond to Yuichi Origami's answer. Excited? Of course there is. After all, a super beautiful girl was planning to wake him up by licking him. Regretful? Of course there is. After all, I woke up at the right time, right? But what was this feeling of being unable to let go of this feeling in his heart? Wu Yan looked at Yuichi Origami with a conflicted expression. After a long time he finally said something. Aren't you afraid that Shirji will misunderstand our relationship? It doesn't matter. Once again, Origami answered without hesitation. Love has nothing to do with gender or quantity. I will use my actions to move Shirji. The problem is, your actions have scared Shirji away. Wu Yan reminded her out of kindness. That's because Shirji hasn't gotten over it yet. Yuichi Origami said calmly. And because it's you, I did it? Because it's me? This time Wu Yan's expression changed. Where did this come from? You are my benefactor. Yuichi Origami remained calm. So it doesn't matter. Because you are my benefactor. So it doesn't matter. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, his heart twitched uncontrollably. He felt that it wasn't a good thing to bury the hatchet with Yuichi Origami. If he had a good relationship with such a girl, once they started chatting, his lifespan would decrease. Looking at Wu Yan's pained expression, Tabichi Origami tilted her chin and said this. Don't you like it when someone stimulates your mind in the morning? Hearing Yuichi Origami's blunt words, Wu Yan showed a conflicted expression. He smiled bitterly and answered hesitantly. That depends on the person, and the situation. There are many other factors. In other words, Yuichi Origami interrupted Wu Yan and went straight to the point. You like it? Cough, cough. Wu Yan coughed again. Before he could speak, Origami Kitsune spoke. Since that's the case, let me do some exercises for the next time. After saying that, Yuni folded a piece of paper and got into the quilt. Wait, not you, oh. Chapter 1254. Kotori sat on a sofa in the living room. She glanced at Tabichi Origami, who was sitting opposite her with an unapproachable expression. Then she looked at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa beside them. Wu Yan looked like he's in a trance. She frowned. Did something happen between the two of you just now? Or did I miss something? Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami's eyelids twitched. One shook his head while the other remained expressionless, as if he couldn't be bothered to explain himself. Kotori narrowed her eyes and snorted. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about what you guys did just now. Pulling out a small notebook and a pen from her pocket, Kotori twisted the pen tip and opened the notebook. Her expression turned serious. Then it's time for us to start the question and answer session. About the phantom. Phantom. Tabichi Origami raised her eyebrows and looked at Kotori. The phantom you're talking about is the one who appeared in front of me the other day. The one who was covered in mosaics and whose body and voice couldn't be seen, right? Yes. That's right. Kotori perked up. That day, Phantom took the initiative to come into contact with you. Until he was defeated by his brother, there was a period of time. You two must have had a conversation, right? Kotori stared at Tabichi Origami. I want to know the content of that conversation. Kotori added solemnly. Everything. Hearing this, Yuichi Origami raised her eyebrows for a moment. She immediately lowered her head and pondered for a while. While recalling the contact with the phantom that day, she slowly simulated the entire process and conversation. She used to be a member of AST. Due to Tabichi Origami's personality, her explanation of the encounter with Phantom was concise and accurate. She tried her best to make the entire process as clear as possible. She even included the conversation between Wu Yen and Phantom at the end. Kotori wrote something in her notebook as she listened to Tabichi Origami's narration. Just like that, the two of them went back and forth, repeating the events of that day one after another. Wu Yen felt a bit bored at this point. Just like Kotori said, Shirori found an excuse when Tabichi Origami came to visit. They escaped from the house and brought all the elven girls with them. Now only the three of them were left in the Five River house. Ignoring Wu Yen, Kotori and Tabichi Origami continued their investigation of the phantom. As time went by, the investigation was completed. However, the frown on the two girls' faces deepened as the investigation progressed. First, we induced the phantom with language, then we gave the spirit crystal. Kotori tapped the notebook in her hand and said with displeasure, "That's basically the same as when I was with Meijio. It's useless to investigate like this. I told you to ignore the phantom for now, but you just had to look into it." Wu Yen mocked her in a sarcastic tone. "See, we didn't get anything in the end, right? Don't talk like it has nothing to do with you." Kotori raised her eyebrows and yelled at Wu Yen. "If you hadn't let Phantom go, we would have been able to get more information. We might have even been able to find out the real identity of Phantom." "I don't think so." Wu Yen pursed his lips. "Although I don't know exactly how strong that Phantom is, since she was able to hide her existence when I didn't pay attention to the surroundings, silently contacted Origami Kyuchi, and even had a conversation with it. In the end, if it weren't for her carelessness, I might not have noticed her appearance until the end. Just this hidden ability alone is enough to make our gains close to zero." Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a grin. "I think, unless Phantom comes to us herself and makes contact with us, with her cautious attitude and unusual concealment ability, it'll be difficult to find her. I feel like the Phantom has been watching us from the dark." Kotori bit the lollipop in her mouth and clicked her tongue. The more compatible the target of the spirit crystal is with the spirit crystal, the more powerful the spirit crystal will be after it is transformed into a spirit crystal. In other words, before the spirit crystal was given to me, Meijio and Kite Origami, Phantom already had a certain understanding of us and had been paying attention to us in a certain way, right? Kotori subconsciously looked around and her red eyes flashed. Could it be that the Phantom has been with us all this time? Hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became silent. Around us. Wu Yen sighed. "That's not impossible. After all, I wouldn't be able to discover her if I didn't pay special attention to her. In other words, it's possible?" Kotori's eyes lit up, she smiled mischievously. "Come to think of it, the spirit crystal that Phantom intends to give to Origami-Kwan is in our hands. She's paying attention to us from all around. It's not impossible for her to steal it when we're careless. Speaking of which, we haven't investigated the spirit crystal yet." Kotori looked at Wu Yen. "Where's the spirit crystal?" "Oh, it's with me." Wu Yen stretched his hand out as if he was trying to find something on his body. Before he could put his hand into his pocket, Tabichi Origami opened her hand with a cold voice. In his hand, the spirit crystal, that originally belonged to Origami Kitaichi, was releasing a bright white light. "You." Wu Yen looked at the spirit crystal in Tabichi Origami's hand in shock. "When did you take it?" "This morning." Tabichi Origami said calmly. "I found it in your pocket." "Pocket?" Kotori was stunned, she glared at Wu Yen. "You put something so important in your pocket?" "Ahaha." Wu Yen quickly laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "I studied it last night, I was too sleepy so I just stuffed it in my pocket." "You?" Kotori glared at Wu Yen and turned away. She looked at Tabichi Origami with a sour expression. "Forget about him. He's just a freak. Nothing will happen to him. But how can you casually come into contact with spirit crystals? This is something that will turn you into a fairy the moment you touch it, you know?" "I guessed a little." Kotori's expression darkened, but Tabichi Origami remained expressionless and raised her hand. "That's why I didn't touch it." Wu Yen and Kotori were stunned. They noticed there was a layer of green light between Tabichi Origami's hand and the spirit crystal. Is this a domain of will? Kotori's expression improved, but she still rolled her eyes at Tabichi Origami. Even if there's a Tertori, you can't touch it. What if you accidentally turn into a spirit? Tabichi Origami didn't answer. She looked at the spirit crystal in her hand and glanced at Wu Yen. She seemed to be thinking about something. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, an alarm sound came from Kotori's radio. Before Kotori could react, an anxious voice came from the radio. Commander, this is bad. Elaine? Mira? Methers escaped. What did you say? Kotori exclaimed. Chapter 1255. Heavenly Palace City. On a certain street. On the busy street, a slender figure passed by the pedestrians at an astonishing speed. The surrounding pedestrians widened their eyes in surprise as they rushed towards their destination. This person was none other than Irene, who had tried her best to escape from Ratatasker's secret facility. Irene's goal was to head to the AST base where Weiss Court was stationed. She compressed her Tour Tori and wrapped it around her body. Then, she sprinted towards her destination as fast as she could without the CR unit. As she sprinted, she clenched her teeth tightly. Irene must return to the AST base before Ratatasker's pursuers catch up to her. That's the only way to ensure her safety. Otherwise, even if she didn't care about Ratatasker's people, she would be at her wits' end if the few existences she feared were to come looking for her. At the same time, Irene's heart was filled with grievances. As the world's most powerful magician and an invincible existence, Irene had never thought that one day, she would actually fall to the point where she would become someone's prisoner and even have to run away from someone's pursuit. But she has no choice. Among the existences that Alice sees as enemies, there are some that she has no choice but to fear. Itsuka Shido. Natsuki Minamiya. Itsuka Kotori. The three of them had once defeated her without any injuries. With Irene's strength, there was no way she could resist them. Irene can only endure the aggrieved and humiliated feeling in her heart. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards the AST base. However, with her current speed, she doesn't know if she can reach the AST base before the enemies arrive. That's still an unknown quantity, there's no other way. Irene looked around. She suddenly plunged into a small alley. Then, a burst of bright light flashed in the small alley. The next moment, a ray of light shot into the sky with the sound of an engine. He shot past them and continued to head towards AST's base. His entire body was equipped with the platinum-colored special CR unit, Pandaragon, and he unleashed his Tori that was much more powerful than a few seconds ago. Irene operated the thrusters as fast as she could. She recalled what Wu Yen said to her that day. Now you have two choices. One, tell me where Will Scott is right now. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to him. Perhaps I'll cripple him, but I definitely won't kill him. Two, you don't have to say anything. I'll find Will Court myself. Once I find him, you can buy flowers for him to visit his grave. Recalling how that man had said those words in front of her, Irene's eyes flashed with hatred, and her speed increased to another level. I won't let you succeed. Heavenly Palace City at the Garrison Base. In the luxurious room, Will Scott sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Surprisingly, there was no longer that annoying smile on his face, not even the slightest bit of expression. This was a very unusual thing for Will Coat. However, it was no wonder that his most capable assistant, who could also be said to be his strongest trump card, was captured by Ratatasker's men. This was too unexpected for Will Court. It was too much of a blow. Fortunately, Will Court was quite capable. He did not lose his composure at all. He still did what he was supposed to do, but it was inevitable that he would behave differently from usual. If anyone who was familiar with Will Scott was here, they would know that the Will Scott who didn't do anything was the most unusual Will Scott. One could only imagine how Will Scott was feeling right now. But it was a pity that his mood didn't last long. Shortly after, as though he sensed something, Will Scott opened his eyes abruptly and gazed at the door. His lips curled into a sharp and disgusted arc as usual. Ike. Almost at the same time, the door was violently flung open, and Irene strode into the room. Her face was still cold, but her forehead was covered with sweat. It was clear that she had exhausted a lot of energy just now. Oh, you're back? Will Scott's eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke in a mocking tone. As expected of you, even Itsuka Shido was unable to imprison you. No, Itsuka Shido only came to talk to me once. He didn't interfere with my imprisonment. Ike took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. However, I must tell you a piece of bad news. Is it about Itsuka Kotori? Will Court leaned back on the sofa with a calm expression. The magicians who escaped reported to me. I didn't expect Itsuka Kotori to have the power to defeat you. Irene was silent for a moment before she sighed and spoke. What should we do now? Irene bit her lips as she looked at Will Scott. Whether it's Itsuka Shido, Itsuka Kotori, or that angel Natsuki, their power is beyond the realm of elves. They are beyond our reach. Can we really capture them? That's right. Indeed, this is very unusual. Will Scott narrowed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. The strength of the elves around Itsuka Shido seems to be beyond our expectations. This must be related to Itsuka Shido. Irene nodded silently and agreed with Will Scott. It's not like the DM hasn't fought fairies before. Irene didn't only encounter fairies in Heavenly Palace City. However, compared to the fairies she encountered before, Wuxia, Kotori, and the others are way too strong. They're so strong that they shouldn't be the only fairies that can handle them. This made Will Court and Ike suspect that Wuxia is the cause of this. With the power of Dem, they knew that whenever elves appeared, Wuxia would take the initiative to contact them and seal their spiritual energy. They even found out about Ratatasker's existence. Now, whenever the DM gets involved with Wuxia, all sorts of things will go wrong. How can Will Scott and Irene not suspect that Wuxia is the culprit behind all this? Looks like that man is a bit special. Will Court stroked his chin, and an excited smile appeared on his face. If only I could know his secret. Ike. Irene raised her voice slightly, and there was a trace of helplessness in it. I know what you're thinking, but that man is too dangerous. With our power, we can't do anything to him. You're right. Will Court sighed helplessly, but he soon smiled. However, from another perspective, isn't such a powerful sprite exactly what we're after? This? Elaine opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute. However, when she thought of what Will Scott had done, she immediately shut her mouth. Don't worry. Seeing Irene fall silent, Westcott smiled as if he was comforting her. Human nature has a lot of weaknesses, the same goes for the elves. Even if we can't find them now, it doesn't mean that we won't be able to find them in the future. No matter what, we have a lot of advantages over them. Even if they have Ratatosker behind them, it's still the same. Let's wait. Westcott stood up and turned his back to Kieran as he came to a conclusion. His voice echoed clearly in the area. We just don't have the chance now, we're at a disadvantage. Sooner or later there will be an opening. We'll make our move then. Anyway, I'm used to waiting. Just as Will Scott finished his sentence, a mocking voice rang out. Too bad I don't have that much time to play with you. Chapter 1256. Too bad I don't have that much time to play with you. A nightmarish voice drowned out Will Scott's words and reverberated in the luxurious room. Hearing this voice, Westcott's eyes turned cold and Irene's pupils shrank. The two of them turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Then their expressions changed. Wuxia was standing at the entrance of the room. He was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. He had black hair and red eyes. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. He had an inexplicable smile on his face. Irene was expressionless. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. Irene. Irene was the first to react. She leaped up and arrived in front of Will Scott. A golden light flashed on her body, and her special CR unit, the Pendaragon, appeared and covered her body. She pulled out the sword-shaped equipment from her back and issued a command in her mind. A laser beam shot out from the handle of the sword-shaped equipment. Irene pointed it at Wuxia. Her expression was full of vigilance. You? When did you? Don't be nervous. Wuxia revealed a half-smile that Irene feared the most. He shrugged. I just got here. I have no intention of eavesdropping. Although, I can more or less guess the content of your conversation. Do you think I'll believe you? Irene heard Wuxia's words. She did not let down her guard. Instead, she glared at him. If you didn't follow me from the beginning, how would you know? How did you know we were here? Irene's eyes widened as she thought of something. Did you guys arrange for me to escape on purpose? To find Irene? Don't think we are as bad-hearted as you, damn. Wuxia looked at Irene with an innocent expression. The corner of his lips slowly curled upwards. Well, anyway, you won't believe me even if I tell you this. You? Irene impulsively grabbed the laser sword in her hand. She wanted to rush to Wuxia, but she was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Irene, you are losing your composure. Will Scott patted Irene's shoulder and he looked at Tabichi Origami who was standing beside Wu Yen. He helplessly smiled. I think the reason why Taoist Monarch Scholar is here should be because of Origami Crane, right? Irene. Irene? Irene was stunned for a moment before she remembered. As a member of AST, not only did Tokichi Origami know that they were in AST's base, but she had also come here to meet Westcott because of the video. Naturally, he would also know where Will Scott and Irene were. Kite Origami. Irene's expression darkened. Her gaze towards Kite Origami turned dangerous. I didn't expect you to be someone who bites the hand that feeds you. I've gained power. Although it's because of your help, I've also paid the price. You've also used me once. Yuichi Origami replied expressionlessly. From the very beginning, we were never on the same side. Weren't on the same side? Irene stared at Tokichi Origami's cold face. Aren't you from Esti? Don't you hate elves the most? Isn't the person next to you the one who killed your parents? No, you're wrong. Yuichi Origami's eyes released a cold light. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? This time it wasn't just Irene who was stunned. Even Will Scott was stunned. Benefactor? Isn't he the one who killed her parents? How did he become her benefactor? Looking at Tokichi Origami's beautiful face, whose expression and emotions could not be read at all, Will Scott and Irene frowned. They couldn't figure it out. It's not their fault. After all, they saw the video of Wu Yen killing Irene's parents. It's natural for them to react this way. Looks like something out of our expectations happened again. Will Scott looked at Tabichi Origami for a long time before he looked at Wu Yen. He shrugged without a hint of nervousness. Taoist Lord, sure you're really special. It would be great if we could be friends. I'm sorry. Wu Yen smiled meaningfully. The first time we met, you threatened to attack the people around me. I intimidated you. The second time we met, you did attack me and I destroyed one of your branches. The third time we've met, which is now, you've once again attacked the people around me, and I've once again come knocking on your door. The 3 times we met plus our identities. Wu Yen shook his head and sighed. Do you think it's possible for us to be friends? Of course. Of course. Will Scott spread out his hands with a friendly smile on his face. As long as you're willing, we can be friends at any time. No matter what you want, I'll satisfy you. Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh when he heard Will Scott's words. Ah. I didn't expect the executive director of DM to say something like this at a time like this. Should I say as expected of a villain? Or should I call you a pig? Ignoring Irene's angry glare, Wu Yen rubbed his stomach that's starting to hurt from all the laughing. His smiling eyes are like knives cutting through Will Scott and Irene. If you're trying to stall for time so that the people from AST and DM can come and support you, then don't waste your time. The moment I entered this place, I've already set up a barrier around this place. Both Scott and Irene's expressions changed. Wu Yen mocked them. Do you understand now? In other words, even if I kill all of you here, no one will know about it until it's over. Buzz. Irene unleashed her Turde Tori to envelop Will Scott. At the same time, she stomped on the ground and charged towards Wu Yen. Run. Irene controlled her Turde Tori to send Will Scott away while she swung her laser lightsaber towards Wu Yan's neck. Clang, however, the laser lightsaber collided with another laser lightsaber before it could hit Wu Yan's neck. The crisp sound of weapons clashing against each other caused a sonic boom that blew at Irene's blonde hair. It also blew away the cold expression hidden behind her short white hair. Irene's pretty face turned grave as she looked at Toichi Origami, who was holding a laser lightsaber and fighting against her. Toichi Origami was equipped with the sister machine Mordred, that was very similar to her Pandaragon in terms of appearance and performance. She would never have thought that at this critical moment, the person she would be facing was actually the controller of her own personal cryo unit. Origami Kitsune. Irene said coldly. Do you think you're my opponent? Irene. I don't need to be your opponent. Origami Kitsune raised her head slightly. She gripped her lightsaber and rubbed it against Irene's lightsaber, causing sparks to fly. I just need to achieve my goal. Achieve my goal? Irene frowned and her expression changed. She abruptly turned around and looked behind her. What she saw made her expression change drastically. In the middle of the luxurious room, Wilcott's Turti Tori had disappeared without him noticing, but his body was still floating in midair. It wasn't because Will Scott also had extraordinary strength, but because a hand that was disproportionate to Will Scott's body was tightly gripping his neck and lifting him up into the air. He was struggling with a painful expression. The one who grabbed Will Scott by the neck and watched him struggle in pain is Wu Yen, the one who was supposed to be Irene's target. Irene couldn't hide the shock in her heart and exclaimed without thinking. Chapter 1257. Ike. Seeing that Will Scott had fallen into a dangerous situation, Irene's eyes flickered. The magic generated on the laser lightsaber that was clashing with Tokichi origami had an extremely short pause based on the user's mental state, directly causing Irene's strength to weaken a little. Ike's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, Ike felt the Turde Tori surrounding her being touched by another Turde Tori. A sharp light accompanied the touch, causing Ike to realize that she was distracted. She quickly reacted by raising the laser lightsaber in her hand. Clang! Then as Irene raised her laser lightsaber, a strong force and a clear clashing sound rang out, once again causing intense sparks to burst forth in this space. Unfortunately, even though Irene reacted in time, she couldn't block Tokichi origami's full-powered attack. Irene's figure was unavoidably sent flying. Irene clenched her teeth. Her brain immediately issued a command to drive the propulsion jet engine on her back to retreat quickly. But the next moment, Irene seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. She stopped in her tracks with a muffled thud. The wall that appeared behind Irene and caused her to crash into it was the square-shaped Tertori. What? Ike's pupils shrunk slightly. Then they became sharp again. Don't underestimate me. Abruptly, Elaine expanded her Turde Tori by several times. Like another wall, it hit the Turde Tori standing behind her and sent her flying. This was also the reason why Irene was defeated. It's over? A cold voice reverberated in the air and entered Irene's ears. Irene raised her head abruptly and looked forward. Immediately, the engine behind Kite Origami's back was fully activated. She swung her laser lightsaber and slashed the Turt Tori around her with a sonic boom. Ike's eyes fell on it. Ike's Turde Tori precision is the highest among all magicians in the world. Logically speaking, Ike's strength is lower than Ike's. Even if Ike's full-force attack was caught off guard, it was unlikely that it could break the Turde Tori around her. However, the strange thing was that Irene had expanded her Turde Tori. There was a fundamental characteristic of the Turde Tori. That is, the smaller the range of the Turde Tori in use, the greater the precision. The higher the defense, the higher the defense. On the other hand, the bigger the Turde Tori used by a magician, the higher the precision. The lower the precision, the lower the defense. Naturally, the lower the defense. In the face of Irene's full-powered Turde Tori domain of will, if it was maintained to a certain extent, then Ike's origami equipped with Mordred would not be able to break it. Ike's Turde Tori expansion couldn't block Ike's attack. Therefore, by the time Irene reacted, Tokichi origami's laser lightsaber, which had just cut open her Turde Tori, was already placed on her neck. The world's strongest magician finally lost to Ike's origami, who is also a magician. This fact caused Ike's expression to change. She was in disbelief. You were careless. Ike's origami didn't concede. She expressionlessly stated the reason why Ike lost. I didn't think that the world's strongest magician would be distracted during a battle. You should be the stronger one, but you've exposed your weakness so obviously. I'm not so kind as to let you go, you? Ike was a bit agitated. She wanted to resist, but a piercing pain and coldness came from her neck. Ike's origami slightly moved the laser sword and cut her neck. You can't even control your emotions after losing? Ike's origami said coldly. But please don't move. Please calm down. Otherwise you'll embarrass yourself. A trace of hatred flashed through Ike's eyes. However, she didn't dare to act rashly. She turned her gaze to Will Scott and stared at Wu Yen. Her body tensed up. If this continues, forget Will Scott, Ike won't be able to protect herself. Ike was anxious when she saw Will Scott in more and more pain. Wu Yen suddenly let go of Will Scott's neck and let him fall to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Holding his neck, Will Scott coughed out of anger. However, before he could cough a few times, a foot stepped on his chest and stepped on him. Ike. Ike's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her heart felt like it was bleeding. Ever since she followed Will Scott and protected him, Will Scott didn't even get hurt when he was threatened. But today, with her by his side to protect him, not only was Will Scott almost strangled to death, he was even trampled under someone's foot. Ike's mind was on the verge of going crazy. She failed in her duty. Umph. Will Scott let out a muffled groan. He felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his chest. The feeling of being unable to breathe caused his shrewd face to turn red. Even his eyes were bloodshot. However, he was smiling. And it was a very happy smile. This feeling. I feel like I could die at any moment. Will Scott forced a voice out of his throat while maintaining his smile. He looked up at Wu Yan. A painful and joyful smile appeared on his face. How many years has it been since I last met you? How nostalgic? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Ike's origami gloomily. Do I look so harmless that I can make people smile when they're threatened by me? I think it's personal. Toichi Origami stared at Irene in front of him. While holding the laser lightsaber in his hand, he answered without turning his head. The CEO of the DM is someone who can smile in the face of death. There's no doubt about it, I see. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Seems like he'll be satisfied if I let him die. That won't do, death is not scary. Tokichi Origami also ignored the two hostages and said indifferently. At least if I were in your shoes, I'd rather die. Is that so? Wu Yan didn't seem to be aware of it as he increased the pressure on his leg. Looking at Westcott's contorted face, Wu Yan chuckled. It's a cold chuckle. Then what should I do to vent the anger in my heart? Westcott opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the force from his chest caused the air in his body to disperse, making him unable to utter a single word. Unable to speak, Will Scott could only put on a smile on his face once more. His smile was both joyful and mocking. Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal a disgusted expression as he swung his hand downwards with all his might. A stream of magic power whistled through the air like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing towards Will Scott's shoulder. With a clear tearing sound, Westcott's entire arm below his shoulder was cut off from his shoulder while blood spurted out like a fountain. The smile on his face froze. The intense pain caused Will Scott to cry out in agony. Ike. Irene's heart-wrenching cries reverberated in the surroundings. She no longer cared about the laser sword on her neck as she charged towards Will Scott. Bang! However, before Irene could rush out, Tokichi Origami kicked Irene's body forcefully, kicking Irene out. Ugh! Ike grunted. Ike's body flew across the air and landed next to Will Scott, who was hugging his shoulder. Her face was full of pain. Wu Yan looked at Will Scott, who was lying on the ground with a twisted face. He turned around and walked towards the exit. It won't be so easy next time. Chapter 1258. Like a loyal guard, almost as soon as Wu Yan left, Yuichi Origami followed behind him without saying a word. The two of them walked along the corridor of AST's base as if they were entering a deserted area. They didn't hide, nor did they sneak around. Instead they walked openly. To be more precise, Yuichi Origami was just following Wu Yan. After all, Wu Yan had directly used spatial transference to bring Origami Kitsune to where Will Scott and Irene were. Since Wu Yan didn't plan on using spatial transference to leave this place, Origami Kitsune could only follow. Although Tokichi Origami felt that AST might have become her enemy, since Wu Yan was AST's enemy, Tokichi Origami decided to follow Wu Yan for the rest of her life to repay the kindness of being reborn. This was the Origami Kite. He could lead a twisted life because of hatred, but he could also become the enemy of the whole world because of a favor. It didn't matter if Kite Origami was honest, reckless, or even stubborn, Kite Origami would probably accept it expressionlessly as usual. Who asked her to be such an extreme person? Of course, the current Origami Kite was undoubtedly many times brighter than before, however there were some things Kite Origami still doesn't understand. Is that okay? Following behind Wu Yan, Yuichi Origami suddenly spoke. I don't think you're a merciful person who would spare your enemy's life. At first glance, Origami Kite seemed to be mocking Wu Yan, but Wu Yan, who had a good understanding of Origami Kite, understood what Origami Kite meant. Will Scott and the DM were enemies. There was absolutely no doubt about this. Even Kite Origami could tell that Westcott was a dangerous man. Extremely dangerous. It was not because Will Scott was strong, but because this person gave Origami a sense of danger from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps. As an enemy, Will Scott was even more terrifying than Irene. Although Tokichi Origami had no evidence to prove this point, she believed in her own feelings. Similarly, Tokichi Origami didn't think that Wu Yan didn't know how dangerous Will Scott was. If Westcott is allowed to continue like this, one day the elves around Wu Yan might actually be captured by Westcott. He would regret it then. Then it would really be too late. Do you think I don't want to kill him? Wu Yan understood the meaning behind Tokichi Origami's words. He helplessly scratched his face and shrugged. I can tolerate him once, I can tolerate him twice, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate him 3 times. Just now I really wanted to kill him. But someone didn't give it to me. Someone doesn't want to give it to me? Yuichi Origami was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to ask for the reason, a burst of chaotic footsteps rudely interrupted her and attracted her attention. She was with Wu Yan. She raised her head and looked at the front of the corridor. Immediately, a team of about a dozen girls wearing specialized thread-linked outfits entered Tokichi Origami's sight. The leader of the team was Tokichi Origami's former boss, Sunrise Prairie Fire. Tokichi Origami frowned and turned to look at Wu Yan. I think we should retreat as soon as possible. Yeah, we have to retreat first. If we are seen, it will be troublesome. Wu Yan agreed, but his next words stunned Tokichi Origami. So, I will retreat first. See you at the door. Without waiting for Tabichi Origami to react, Wu Yan turned around and disappeared from the spot. Tokichi Origami stared blankly at the direction Wu Yan disappeared. She was silent, a trace of gratitude slowly appeared in her eyes. Of course, Tokichi Origami didn't think Wu Yan wanted to abandon her. Even if he wanted to abandon her, he had to see what kind of enemy he was facing. A group of AST members didn't have the qualifications to make Wu Yan abandon his companions and run away. Besides, Tokichi Origami didn't believe that Wu Yan would do such a thing. Even though Tokichi Origami had only known Wu Yan for a few days, she could see that he was a good person from the smiles on his elves' faces. Now this thought was further reflected in Tokichi Origami's heart. Tokichi Origami finally understood why Wu Yan didn't use that magical teleportation method to leave AST's base. Wu Yan was waiting for AST's people to arrive. When they arrived in front of Tokichi Origami, they would have a chance to say goodbye. He saw through me. For the first time, Tokichi Origami smiled bitterly. Tokichi Origami didn't regret following Wu Yan, even if she didn't regret it at all. However, in AST the other elves were also very good to Tokichi Origami. Especially Liaozi, she was very concerned about Tokichi Origami. She even worried about Tokichi Origami because she knew about her situation. Under such circumstances, even though Tokichi Origami didn't miss AST, she would still be reluctant to part with them. Wu Yan saw through this, that's why he walked into AST's base openly. When the target appeared, he asked Tokichi Origami to stay. He wanted Tokichi Origami to say goodbye. Looking at Daybreak Prairie and the group of AST members who were walking towards them, Toichi Origami took a deep breath and returned to her usual self. She quietly waited for Daybreak Prairie to arrive. Very quickly, Blazing Sun also noticed Toichi Origami who was standing in front of him. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and ordered his subordinates to stop as well. Origami? Under the sun, Liaozi tilted his head and frowned. Didn't you receive the distress signal? What are you still doing here? Go to Mr. Wilcourt's room and check on the situation. After saying that, she immediately wanted to rush to Wilscott's room again. However, Yue Origami's motionless appearance attracted her attention, causing her to frown more and more. She felt that something was wrong in her heart. Origami? Once again she called out Origami Kitsune's name. This time her voice was filled with confusion. She stared at Origami Kitsune, who stood there expressionlessly and completely ignored her order. She narrowed her eyes and turned around to look at her subordinates. You guys go first. Yes. Although they were a little confused as to why Daybreak Prairie Fire would give such an order, the members of AST did not hesitate at all. They agreed right away and passed through Kite Origami to rush to Wilscott's room. What's wrong? As soon as they left, Liaozi spoke in a deep voice. You disobeyed my order in this situation. Don't tell me you're fine? Hearing this, Origami Kitsune first lowered her head and was silent for a moment. When she raised her head again, her words caused Liaozi under the sun to be stunned. I'm leaving ST. What did you say? Under the sun, Liaozi didn't seem to believe the words that entered his ears. He widened his eyes in shock and cried out involuntarily. You're leaving AST. Tokichi Origami changed her simple actions and used slow and firm movements. She nodded heavily and told Liaozi the truth of her words. Liaozi stared blankly at Tokichi Origami. When she came back to her senses, she became anxious. What? Why do you want to leave AST? Did something happen? A lot of things have happened. Origami Kitaichi shook her head gently. Her short white hair swayed with her movements. Origami Kitaichi looked as if she could disappear from the sight of a blazing sun at any moment. She was full of illusions. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Do you know what you're talking about? Liaozi finally believed what she heard when she saw Tokichi Origami did not seem to be lying. Her expression turned ugly. Clearly, Liaozi under the sun would not agree to Origami leaving AST. Of course, this was because Liaozi cared about Tokichi Origami. Because Daybreak Prairie Fire knew what would happen to Origami Kitsune, who suggested leaving AST. Chapter 1259. ST was the Elven Army. It was a special force that specialized in killing the elves. In order to deal with the elves that could threaten the world with their very existence, AST was granted the right to use the Manifestation Device and CR Unit, allowing the members of AST to transform into superhuman magicians to face off against the powerful elves. Every member of AST was carefully selected from the masses. They were special members who had the talent to become magicians. After going through training and tests, they were confirmed to be proficient in controlling CR Unit. Only then could they join AST. After all, if they couldn't control the CR Unit, how could they fight against the elves? As for those who didn't join the AST and become a member of the Magician Army, their memories must be erased with the display device so that they would forget everything about the AST and the display device and return to the life of a normal person. AST, the display device, and the elves were secrets that couldn't be revealed to the common people. Otherwise, it would bring chaos to the world. Therefore, AST wasn't something that could be easily joined. Naturally, Origami couldn't leave just because she wanted to. Of course, Origami could raise her request to the higher-ups of AST. Would not force Tabichi Origami to stay even though a good magician was hard to come by. However, AST wasn't a black-hearted company like Diem. It was a legitimate self-defense force of the country. They wouldn't force anyone to leave. However, once Toichi Origami requested to withdraw from AST and received approval, the people of AST would erase Toichi Origami's memory of AST and the display device as part of their obligation. They would let her return to her normal life. In other words, not only would Origami Kite have to forget everything about the display device, he would also forget everything that happened in the AST, including her former companions and her boss, Sunrise Prairie Fire. By then, Origami would be the captain of the Elven Army who could only operate in the dark, while Sunrise Prairie Fire would be a normal citizen of Heavenly Palace City. Origami and Sunrise Prairie Fire would never cross paths again. So, after coming to the conclusion that Origami wasn't joking, Sunrise Prairie Fire's expression turned ugly. Because when Origami Koichi said this sentence, it was no different from breaking off all ties with her forever. Are you serious? Sunrise Prairie Fire stared at Origami with a solemn expression. You should know that once you leave AST, your memories will be erased, right? You don't have to worry about that. Origami gave the most concise answer to Sunrise Prairie Fire's threatening words. My memories won't be erased. What do you mean? Sunrise Prairie Fire frowned at first. Then she thought of something and showed an expression of disbelief. Are you planning to go against AST's system and escape? Hearing Daybreak Prairie Fire's words, Origami Kite was speechless. From a certain point of view, Kite Origami was indeed trying to resist the AST system and escape while retaining his memory. After all, there was no way Tokichi Origami would let the people from AST erase his memory without doing anything. Seeing how speechless Tokichi Origami was, Sun Liaozi's anger exploded. Are you crazy? Without even thinking about it, Liaozi under the sun cursed out loud. You'll be wanted by the self-defense force. Do you want to live like a fugitive? You don't have to worry about that. Origami looked at Sunrise Prairie Fire. Someone will help me. It won't affect my life. Someone will help you? Sun Liaozi looked as though he was unable to let go of this matter. I think you're crazy. Did someone instigate you to do this? But you're not a kid who will be tricked. Actually, the real one is also over there. Tokichi Origami said something that made Daybreak Prairie Fire stunned. I'm safe there. Nothing will happen. This? At this moment, Sun Liaozi's expression became uncertain. Can you be more clear? No matter how clear it is, I can't tell you. Origami shook her head and refused Sunrise Prairie Fire's question. I'm just here to say goodbye. Don't be reckless. Under the sun, Blazing Flame's face was filled with anxiety. Even if you don't want to erase your memory once you leave AST, you won't have the chance to use the display device and the CR unit anymore. Haven't you always wanted to avenge your parents? Revenge? Tobi Origami actually laughed. Although he quickly returned to his expressionless state, Prairie Fire under the sun clearly saw this scene and was somewhat frightened. Under the gaze of Liaozi, Kitaichi Origami spoke in a dreamlike tone. I don't have any hatred left. How can I avenge them? No hatred. Sunrise Prairie Fire was stunned. I should have died 5 years ago, but in the end I survived. Toichi Origami closed her eyes as if she was recalling something. Her cold voice echoed in the air. I once thought of committing suicide. I wanted to leave this world with my parents, but I met her. Shiori's figure appeared in her mind, and Tabichi Origami's tone softened. She gave me a glimmer of hope at that time. She also became the final destination of my soul. She allowed me to maintain myself and not fall. She allowed me to continue living. Meeting her can be said to be the luckiest thing in my life. She slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Yuichi Origami's eyes flashed with a bright color that even Liaozi under the sun would be shocked. She had never seen such a color in Yuichi Origami's eyes before. That's the hope for the future. That's the hope for life. This was something that the previous origami kite definitely did not have. Originally, I thought that Shiori would be the last light in my life, but God sent her to my side again. Her eyes were filled with an unbelievable radiance. Kyuichi Origami's cold doll-like face actually showed signs of thawing. If Shirji brings me the longing for life and the extravagant hope to live on, then Shirdao brings me a reborn life and a bright future. I don't want to leave Shirori and I can't leave Shido. Tabichi Origami's expression became firm. So, in order to stay by their side, I will leave AST. You. Sunrise Prairie Fire had mixed feelings. She was happy but also depressed. She was happy because Origami was no longer as lifeless as before. She was showing signs of life. She was depressed because from Origami's words and actions, Sunrise Prairie Fire understood that she couldn't stop her. Although I don't know what happened and it does seem to be a good thing for you, do you have to leave AST? Under the sun, Liaozi tried to mediate the situation unwillingly. Staying with them shouldn't conflict with staying in AST, right? No. No. Origami answered without hesitation. ST is an army against the elves. It only exists to kill the elves. I can no longer attack the elves, so it's impossible for me to stay in this. Can no longer attack fairies. Sun Liaozi was shocked and said in disbelief, the elves are the gods of destruction who bring disaster to the world. They are an existence that will endanger the world. For the safety of the world, shouldn't we stand up? I know. Origami looked straight at Sunrise Prairie Fire. But my position has changed. I won't change it again. Origami you. Sunrise Prairie Fire's expression changed. Finally, it turned into unwillingness. Is there no room for negotiation? No. Origami didn't answer. She walked past Sunrise Prairie Fire and walked forward. She silently told Sunrise Prairie Fire the answer. Sunrise Prairie Fire lowered her head. After a long time she sighed. Forget it. I hope you can live a good life in the future. Tokichi Origami stopped, turned around and bowed to blazing under the sun. Soon after he stepped forward and left the scene. Sunrise Prairie Fire looked in the direction Origami left. After a long time. Chapter 1260. Heavenly Palace City, Garrison Base. At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared without any warning. The coat on his body swayed in an arc as he appeared, and then gently floated down, appearing extremely casual. He glanced at the entrance of AST's base and then looked around. He took out his phone from his pocket. He didn't dial any number nor did he call anyone. He pressed the call button and put the phone to his ear. He then waited in silence. Not long after, a line was connected to Wu Yan's phone. Along with it came a voice filled with vicissitudes of life. Should I call you Shirdao-kun? Or should I call you Wu Yan-kun? I don't have any particular requests. Either way, it's my current status. Wu Yan shrugged and sighed. He then said to the phone in an exasperated tone. And then? Don't you have anything else to say? You specifically told Coterie to tell me not to kill Will Scott. You even told me not to kill Irene. If you don't have a good reason, I'll lose my temper, Woodman-sama. As for the reason. On the other side of the phone, Woodman let out a long sigh as if he was pondering. Then he spoke in a mocking tone. There are rational reasons and emotional reasons. Which one do you want to hear? Upper echelons like you treat hostile forces? How could there be such a sentimental reason? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Then I'd like to hear. Due to various reasons, Will Scott can't die yet. Woodman answered. That's the rational reason. I'm asking about emotional reasons. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he rubbed his forehead. I say, Woodman-sama, you're not purposely making fun of me, are you? No, I'm serious. Wu Yan heard Woodman's solemn voice. You'll know the specific reason in the future. Some of what Will Scott is doing is actually beneficial to us. Is that why you want me to keep him alive? As expected of the leaders of the top forces. Wu Yen pursed his lips. Then, what about emotional reasons? Woodman fell silent. A clear breathing sound came from the phone. After a long time, Woodman's voice, which contained an unknown emotion, gradually sounded. Actually, in the past, we were on the same team. On the same team? This time. Wu Yen was stunned. What do you mean? It's not a good habit to be interested in other people's past. Wu Yen Kun. Woodman chuckled before he sighed. Just think of it as an old man trying to be merciful. A merciful heart. Wu Yen chuckled. Just think of it as that. Listening to Wu Yan's disbelief, Woodman didn't try to explain himself. Instead he laughed. Sparing Will Scott's life shouldn't be a problem for you, Wu Yen Kun, right? Not for me, Wu Yen retorted. But don't forget, I still have a group of elves with me, and there are a few among them who aren't strong enough to fight against the Dem. If Will Scott has any evil intentions and seizes the opportunity, they will be in great danger. Do you think I can wait until then to regret it? Is that so? Woodman retorted with a half-smile. But why do I feel like you've never taken Will Scott seriously, Wu Yen Kun? Oh. Wu Yen snickered in amusement. Why do you say that? If you think Will Scott is a threat to the elves around you, you won't listen even if I ask Commander Five River to tell you not to kill Will Scott, right? Woodman spoke Wu Yan's mind in a casual tone. After all, you made a declaration to us. If you do anything to harm the elves, you'll become our enemy. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and sighed helplessly. Should I say that the older the ginger, the wiser? It's just a basic deduction. Woodman said calmly. Of course, I don't know why you don't take Will Scott seriously, Wu Yen Kun. As you said, Will Scott wouldn't give up on using the elves around you. Those elves aren't like you, Wu Yen Kun, who can ignore the Dem. So, what makes you so confident, Wu Yen Kun? Woodman's voice became curious. I'm curious. Then I will use a phrase from you as well. Wu Yen held the phone with his other hand and he grinned while squinting his eyes. You'll find out the specifics in the future. As always, he refuses to reveal any information. Woodman said helplessly. Young man, being too mysterious isn't a good thing. Well, it's troublesome to explain anyway. Wu Yen shrugged. I can only say that the elves can't ignore Dem now, but that doesn't mean they can't in the future. That's right. They can't now, but that doesn't mean they can't in the future. With Wu Yan's relationship with the elves, Wu Yen will make them his summons sooner or later. Once they become his summons, their growth will be limitless. The elves will become stronger in battle until they're stronger than Irene and Dem. They'll become so strong that Will Scott won't be able to do anything to them. The elves' future is limitless. At the end of the day, Will Scott is just a wall in this world. It's not that hard. If they want it, they can push it down at any time. Even if Wu Yen doesn't make a move, it'll be the same. Perhaps it should be said that with Will Scott, the Dem would not give up on the opportunity to come to them. At that time, they would all become stepping stones for the growth of the elves, providing the elves with the experience to become stronger and becoming complete fertilizers. Unfortunately, Woodman wouldn't understand all of this, okay? Wu Yen was the one who didn't believe Woodman before, but now it's Woodman's turn to not believe Wu Yan's words. He changed the topic perfunctorily. The display device Wu Yen Kun asked us to make is almost complete. I think it will be finished soon. I will come back and nag you again when the time comes. Wu Yan's spirit was lifted. He laughed from the bottom of his heart. Then I'll have to trouble you. We'll do what we promised. Plus, the budget Wu Yen Kun left for us is still quite good for us. Woodman casually gave a reason. Well then, I look forward to our next meeting. That's it then. Not wasting any more time on idle chatter, he hung up the phone decisively. Looking at the phone, he curled his lips again. Sure enough, no matter how kind a person is, they'll still have a cunning side to them when they get older. While he was talking to himself, Tobi Origami walked out from the entrance of AST's base. Under Wu Yan's gaze, she slowly walked up behind him. Her face was still as cold as ever. However, those who were familiar with Yuichi Origami should be able to sense that Yuichi Origami's frosty expression had become much gentler than before. Wu Yen grinned back at her. Everything's done? Tobi Origami nodded faintly and looked at Wu Yen. I won't leave you again. Is that so? Wu Yen was embarrassed and smiled. If you say that, Shirji will definitely misunderstand. It's okay. Toby Origami's expression was normal. If it's you, it's okay. No, I think they are related somehow. Wu Yen glanced at Tabichi Origami and he cautiously asked her. Don't tell me you're going to learn from Meijio and eat both men and women? Wu Yen immediately regretted asking. Because he clearly saw a flash of light in Tokichi Origami's cold eyes, and the way she looked at him suddenly changed. Looking at Tabichi Origami's eyes, Wu Yen felt a sense of crisis and wanted to retreat. However, Tabichi Origami grabbed him by the collar and pulled him in front of her. You're not allowed to touch Shirji. You're not allowed to touch Shirji, Toby Origami declared calmly. As compensation, I can let you trample on me. Cold sweat slid down Wu Yan's forehead. Chapter 1261. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. Outside the window, the clouds were dyed with a bright sunset glow. The entire Heavenly Palace City was dyed red by the setting sun. In the hall of a typical living room, plates of freshly cooked dishes were placed on the dining table. Steam was rising from the dishes while their aroma permeated the air, filling the entire room. At the head of the table, Tokichi Origami, who was wearing a casual and cute shirt and shorts, was standing there. She lowered her head and looked at the delicious dishes on the table that constantly stimulated the tip of her nose. It was as if she couldn't adapt to it. Her beautiful face, which usually didn't have the slightest fluctuation, was now filled with surprise. Of course, Yuichi Origami was not surprised by the smell of the dishes on the table. Just this level alone was not enough to surprise her. What really surprised her was that the people on both sides of the table raised their glasses to her with smiles on their faces and said the same thing in unison. Congratulations. On the left side of the table, Wu Yen, Yagoya, Yushin, and Meijio stood there. On the right side, Shirori, Kodori, Kurumi, Toka, and Shirori stood there. The people around the table raised their glasses in unison and raised their glasses to Tabichi Origami. Tabichi Origami, who was usually cold, was surprised. See, congratulations? Yuichi Origami's face had a shocked expression that did not match her image. She glanced at everyone around her. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Congratulations? What are they congratulating me for? This is a celebration for you. As though she could see through Toichi Origami's inner thoughts, Kodori, who was by the side, lowered her voice so that Shirori would not notice that she was in commander mode. She explained to Toichi Origami, "It's sister who heard that your parents have been in a vegetative state for 5 years and have just woken up recently, so she took the initiative to help you." Tabichi Origami finally understood what was going on. She put away the shock on her face and returned to her usual expressionless state. He glanced around. She lowered her head and thanked everyone. Thank you for going through so much trouble for me. Tabichi Origami looked at Shirori. Thank you too, Shirori. I will remember this. Well, Origami classmate, you needn't take it to heart. I'm just making the decision as a friend. As if she was trying to explain something, Shirori felt pressured under Tabichi Origami's calm gaze. However, he still smiled. First, he emphasized the word friend, and then shook his head modestly. Besides, these dishes were all prepared by Shido. I only came up with an idea. If you want to thank me, you should thank Shido. What are you talking about, Shirji? Wu Yen looked at Shirji with a faint smile. You only heard about the Origami parents by accident, but you were so worried that you ran all over the place asking about this and that. When you found out about the Origami family, you immediately decided to hold a celebration banquet. This is the proof that you have always been concerned about the Origami family, isn't it? Hearing this, Tokichi Origami immediately turned her gaze to Shirji. Her eyes clearly didn't have the slightest ripple, but Shirji felt that the gaze on her body was scorching hot enough to burn the clothes on her body into charcoal. She was so scared that her heart fiercely jumped and she hurriedly laughed. Let's not talk about that anymore. Today is a celebration for Origami classmates' parents. Although Origami classmates' parents aren't here, it's still something worth celebrating for Origami classmate. Hurry up everyone, let's eat. Oh, can we finally eat? Shirori, who had been silently swallowing her saliva, had a bright gleam in her eyes. As soon as she heard Shiori's words, she immediately extended her chopsticks towards the dish. However, her chopsticks were slapped away by another pair of chopsticks. This is the celebration banquet Shido and Shirji prepared for me. As if declaring her sovereignty, Tabichi Origami changed her gentle temperament and became aggressive. Her gaze was like a knife cutting through Shiori's body. You should go eat dog food. Dog food? Shirori was about to get angry at Tabichi Origami when she heard what Tabichi Origami said. What is dog food? Is it delicious? Dog food. That's the best delicacy in the world. It's also the most suitable existence for you. It's a perfect match for you. Koichi Origami answered without hesitation. I strongly recommend you eat dog food. Really? Shiori's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yen with excitement. Shido, I want to eat that, make it for me. Ahaha. Wu Yen laughed dryly. I know how to make it, but this is the first time I've been asked to make dog food. It feels wonderful. As it turns out, even though Kite no longer hates the elves, he still needs to make progress in his relationship with 10 fragrances carefully. They are definitely enemies on par with Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki. Ugh, this is delicious. On the other hand, Meijio had already started eating. She seemed to be enjoying herself. As expected of my dear, you're so good at cooking. My master's cooking isn't something that mortals can compare to. Next to her, Yajuya continued to work while puffing out her chest proudly. It was as if she had done everything herself. Shixien, on the other hand, turned her head strangely and looked in Meijio's direction. Shixien has always wanted to know why Meijio is here. Yes, my dear invited me here. Meijio raised her head proudly. It's a celebration, of course the more people there are, the merrier, Sister Meijio. She brought ingredients. Yoshino tugged at Shixien's sleeve and reminded her. Sister Shirori saw the ingredients and thought of holding a celebration. Allah? Kurumi blinked her eyes and put her finger on her cheek, making a cute gesture. So you're saying that Meijio wanted to bring ingredients to our house before we decided to hold a celebration? Yes. What's wrong with that? Meijio looked at Kurumi and said angrily, only you guys get to eat my dear's cooking every day. You're too cunning. I want to try it too. This is already our family's signature dish. Kotori pouted. Outsiders don't have the right to enjoy it. Then it's fine as long as it's someone from your family, right? Meijio wasn't angry, she was happy. She yelled at Wu Yen. Aye, my dear, let me marry you and become a member of your family. Cough, cough. Wu Yen almost spat out the soup in his mouth. He coughed a lot. Shido, I say you should restrain yourself. Shiori's eyes twitched and she glared at Wu Yen. Even if you're a playboy, there should be a limit. Aye. Wu Yan's lips moved, he wanted to explain but Wu Yen didn't. He held it in for a long time but that was all he could say. That's a force majeure. Toka is a force majeure, Tokasaki-san is a force majeure, Yogi Aro and Yushin are also a force majeure, now even Seiyaki-san is a force majeure. Shiori's eyes were filled with disdain. Then, who is the next force majeure? Who knows? Well, who knows? Wu Yen rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Maybe it's Kotori. Before he finished, 2 murderous gazes shot at Wu Yen like arrows. Wu Yen froze. One of them was from Kotori, who was pretending to be a good girl. She didn't dare to show her anger. The other one was from Shirori, who was glaring at him coldly. Shido? Shirori said with a smile. Don't tell me you want to lay your hands on your own sister? Wu Yan's hair felt numb and like a broken doll. He shook his head with a kacha-kacha sound as if his neck was rusted. That's what he got from her. You lolicon. Wu Yen almost spat out his saliva. Why? Why do you have so many questions when a woman is angry? Shirori fiercely threw out such a sentence. She reached out and grabbed Wu Yen by the collar and pulled him in front of her. Like an angry King Kong, she warned him in a menacing manner. Listen up, it's your business to mess with so many girls, I can't do anything about it. But you're not allowed to lay your hands on Kotori and Yoshino, do you hear me? Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. He wanted to say that a few hours ago, Tashiichi Origami did the same to him, but now she's the one he's not allowed to lay his hands on. Chapter 1262. In the end, the celebratory banquet ended in a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Everyone was reluctant to part with the banquet and it ended satisfactorily. As the main character, although Tabichi Origami looked cold the entire time, she did not bring anyone a sense of oppression. Instead, she was unexpectedly supportive. Of course, Tabichi Origami was just arguing with Tabichi Origami over some trivial matters. She also used the excuse of thanking Shirori to constantly harass her. Even Wu Yen was harassed by her a few times, causing Shirori to frequently cast angry glances at her. After all, before that, Shirori had just warned Wu Yen not to attack Kotori and Yanai. Now Wu Yen attacked Tabichi Origami, causing Shirori to be angry, but she did not dare to say anything. If Shirori were to find out that one of the two targets she warned Wu Yan not to lay his hands on has already been murdered by a certain wolf. Moreover, that person is Shiori's sister in name, Wu Yan's sister in name, would she faint on the spot? In addition to the main character of the celebration banquet, Meijio, who came to Wu Yan's house as a guest, was also very satisfied because she secretly sneaked into Wu Yan's room and observed everything in Wu Yan's room. As for the members of Wu He's house, except for Shirori who had been enduring Tabichi Origami's harassment and Tabichi Origami's provocation, the rest of them also spent the entire banquet happily. Or rather, except for Shirori. Tabichi Origami and Tabichi Origami were also enjoying themselves. Who knows, finally. Because everyone was having too much fun they forgot the time. When night completely fell, everyone came back to their senses and realized that it was almost dawn. Fortunately, because of the Tianyang festival, the 10 high schools had a long holiday and did not need to go to class tomorrow. It was not bad to play late. However, Tabichi Origami and Meijio used the reason that it's late and it's inconvenient for girls to go home as an excuse and half-forced and half-shamelessly stayed at Wu He's house, preparing to spend the night here. Shirji was also helpless about the two girls' forceful move-in. Originally, she wanted Wu Yan to send Meijio and Yuan-e Origami home, but in the end she couldn't resist the two girls' hooligan behavior. When the two super beauties acted shamelessly, the lethality was not ordinary. In the end he could only compromise. However, after compromising, Meijio complained that she wanted to sleep in the same room as Wu Yan, and Tashiichi Origami complained that she wanted to sleep in the same room as Shirori. In the end, Shirori, who realized that a certain wolf would ruin her family's reputation, and also realized that her own chastity was in danger, resolutely objected and forcefully suppressed the two girls. After a period of chaos, the final decision was made. Kotori went to sleep in Shiori's room so that she could make room for Miku and Teruchi to fold paper. He had to make do with it for one night. Thus, the chaos ended with Meijio and Teruchi Origami being extremely dissatisfied. There are 5 rooms in Itsuka's house. Wu Yan, Yaguya, Yuhin, Shirori, Kotori, Mikoto, Toka, Yokoi, Kurumi, and Kurumi will stay in the same room. Kurumi will stay in the same room. Luckily, Shirori and Kotori's parents weren't at home due to work, or else tonight would have ended on a bad note. Overall, the current situation is still a happy ending. At least, from Wu Yan's point of view, Meijio and Teruchi Origami evolved from Yuri to half Yuri. They're so hardcore that both men and women are attracted to them, so they should be able to get along very well. While Yeguya and Yushin went to take a shower, Wu Yan laid on his bed and seriously thought about these things. He couldn't help but feel that he's a bit stupid. Placing one hand on his forehead, Wu Yan stared blankly at the ceiling with his wine-red eyes. His thoughts began to wander. Basically, every night when Wu Yan was alone in the room he would be in this state. The reason is that Wu Yan is a night owl, a habit he had when he was an otaku. The other reason is because of his physique. As a vampire ancestor, Wu Yan is definitely a nocturnal creature. Although it doesn't affect him during the day, he's always more energetic at night. In addition, he was a night owl. After becoming the true ancestor of vampires, he could not sleep at night almost 300 out of 365 days of the year. As a result, his soul would usually wander off before he went to sleep. Inadvertently, Wu Yan recalled the phone call he had with Woodman during the day. In fact, during the day Wu Yan's explanation to Woodman that the elves can't ignore the dem now doesn't mean they can't in the future. Although the elves' growth is limitless once they become his summons and they'll be able to ignore the dem sooner or later, the prerequisite is that they become his summons. Currently Yeguya, Yushin, and Meijio haven't become his summons yet. For the 3 of them, the dem is still a huge monster. Although he's never mentioned it in front of Yeguya, Yushin, and Meijio, it's undeniable that among all the elven girls around Wu Yan, the 3 of them are the weakest. Even though Yoshino reached the peak of Tier 8 due to the experience gained from Irene, she can't say for sure that she can beat Irene, but if she's alone she can't do anything to Yoshino. On the other hand, almost all of the girls around Wu Yan are stronger than Yoshino. Even Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are stronger than Yoshino because of their experience in the dark. If they can't even beat Yoshino, how can Yeguya, Yushin, and Meijio compare to the dem? Moreover, the dem seems to have some very powerful trump cards. It's possible that even Kurumi, Yoshino, Kotori, and Toka will have a hard time against it. For example, when they attacked the dem's branch last time, if the beam wasn't aimed at Wu Yan but at Kurumi, Yeguya, and Yushin, the result would be terrible. In the end, although the girls' growth is unlimited, they haven't grown to the point where they can ignore the dem, let alone Yeguya, Yushin, and Meijio who haven't become Wu Yan's summons. Thinking about this, Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed, clenched his fists. His main purpose in coming to this world is to obtain the display device that can make his sisters stronger and strengthen the base. Now, Woodman also said that the creation of the display device was almost complete. Then it's not too early for them to leave this world. Isn't it time to explain our situation to Yi Juya and the others? Wu Yan muttered to himself. While he was muttering to himself, the soft sound of the door opening woke him up and attracted his attention. He turned his head and looked at the door carefully. The next moment, the door slowly opened. Through the crack of the door, Meijio, who had a head of shiny violet hair and wore thin pajamas that reached her knees, sneaked into the room like a thief. Her sexy figure was completely exposed. Meijio. Wu Yan was startled. Why are you here? Ah. Meijio didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. She let out a small cry of surprise. After a while, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said coquettishly, I want to sleep in the same room as my darling. Meijio. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. If you sleep in the same room as me, what about Yeguya and Yushin? Mama, why don't I just let Yeguya-chan and Kishina-chan sleep in my room? Meijio tilted her head and she gave Wu Yan a pitiful look. Don't you want to sleep with me, darling? That's not it. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened and his tone became more earnest. Compared to Yeguya and Yushin, Meijio is more approachable. She'll be more comfortable sleeping with Origami, right? You don't have to worry about that. Meijio smiled. Kenichi doesn't sleep in her room either. Wu Yan was stunned. Then where is she going to sleep? She's going to sleep with Shirori. Meijio betrayed her teammate without hesitation. We agreed that I'll do the night attack, darling. She'll do the night attack on Shirori. Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 1263. No. Absolutely not. There's no room for discussion. Yakuya rejected Meijio's request without hesitation when he returned to the room with Shixien. The right to enter the dreamscape with our master is the spoils of war that we obtained from our sacred duel with those two rude servants of ours. How can we just give it away? I agree. Shixien nodded fiercely. Her narrowed eyes were filled with indignation. Shixien believes that Meijio's idea of reaping without sowing is wrong. She must be strongly condemned. So what? Meijio puffed up her cheeks angrily when she heard Yakuya and Shixien's merciless rejection. Yakuya and Shixien can sleep with our dear master every night. What's wrong with giving me one night? Not every night. Yakuya corrected her seriously with one hand on his waist. Didn't we just say that? That's the right to sleep with someone else after a sacred duel. It's not easy for us sisters to obtain this opportunity. In conclusion, Yigeya and Shixien had to go through a lot of hardships to be able to sleep in the same room as master. Shixien casually said as though she was stabbing a knife into his heart. Meijio, on the other hand, is reaping without sowing. We feel that it's unfair. We won't give up the right to sleep with our master. Reaping without sowing? Meijio hesitated for a moment before raising her hand weakly. Then, how about I treat you to a delicious cake tomorrow? Yi Juya and Shixien's ears twitched, and the resolute expressions on their faces began to waver. Egg, cake. Waver. There wasn't any cake in the banquet earlier. That's not bad. I agree. Actually, if it's just one night, Shixien can still tolerate it. Yes. Offering sacrifices to us is also a very necessary thing. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, where's your persistence? Wu Yan couldn't help but complain loudly. A cake is enough for you to compromise? A cake is enough for you to sell me out? I didn't know you could be so shameless. Hearing this, Yi Ju-shi and Shixien blushed and turned their heads away awkwardly. Meijio looked at Wu Yan with tears in her eyes and started sobbing. Do you really hate me that much? No, that's not it. Looking at Meijio shrugging her shoulders, Wu Yan couldn't help but panic. I don't mean to dislike you. In fact, I like you very much. You like it? Yi Juya and Shixien's ears twitched again. But this time, the expression on his face was more or less filled with jealousy. I like it. Meijio, sobbing, suddenly froze. Her cheeks quickly turned red and she shyly started to fidget. Oh, dear, really, there are so many people here, you girls? Wu Yan bitterly laughed and he sighed. The three elven girls acted like they were putting on a show. Forget it. You guys came at the right time anyway. Since all three of you are here, I have something to tell you. Something? Yi Ju-shi, Shixien, and Meijio seemed to feel the change in atmosphere. They looked at each other and then looked at Wu Yan. Is there something you need us to do? Yiju sure didn't bother to maintain his arrogant manner. He spoke softly with a normal tone. If there is something difficult you need us to do, we will help you. We will definitely help. Of course. Xixian stepped forward. Her expressionless face became serious. If it is for Master, Xixian will do it no matter what it is. It seems like it is something important. Seeing Wu Yan's change in attitude, Meijio felt uneasy. But she still spoke softly. Dear, tell me. Wu Yan found it funny when he saw how serious the three elven girls are. He patted his cheeks and he gave them a comforting smile. Don't be so nervous. Although it is something important, it is not as scary as you think it is. How about this? After thinking for a bit, Wu Yan extended his hand to the three elf girls. It's a waste of time to explain it directly, and you might not be able to understand it. Come over here and hold my hand. I'll share my memories with you. Share memories. Yiju Shi, Xixian and Meijio looked at each other, but they didn't worry too much. Since the target is Wu Yan, he wouldn't do them any harm. That is the only thing they can be sure of. The three of them walked up to Wu Yan and held his hand. In the next moment, a strange wave of mana surged from the hands of the four of them, bringing with it a dazzling light. Seeing the light, Yiju Shi, Xixian and Meijio's expressions changed. Then they slowly became paralyzed and became sluggish. A memory fragment that didn't belong to them flowed into the minds of the three elven girls and gradually became their memories. After an unknown amount of time, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. The eyes of the three elven girls that had lost focus gradually focused. However, the three of them still looked as if their souls had left their bodies. They remained in a state of absent-mindedness and were unable to regain their senses for a very long time. Wu Yan didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the three elf girls and waited for them to recover. What the three of them had to accept was too unreal. The systems matter. The summoning of characters. This was only a matter of one dungeon world. Other than this world, there were many other worlds. Adding all of these together, it wasn't easy to digest. Fortunately, the three of them were elves. They were inconceivable existences. Otherwise, if a normal person didn't have a certain level of trust in Wu Yan, they wouldn't have believed him. But this was something they had to accept. After all, once they become his summoned characters, they will be with him forever. Together forever, never separate. Life in harmony, never abandon. The bond between Wu Yan and the girls was so tight. It couldn't be any tighter. So, Yiju Shi, Xixian and Meijio had to understand the current situation. After a long while, the three elven girls gradually regained their senses. They looked at each other but didn't say anything. Only the three pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is this real or fake? This was the first thought that came to Meijio's mind. This kind of thing, does it really exist? So amazing. Yiju Shi said in a daze. So Master can do this kind of thing. Shocking, another world. Even Xixian didn't know how to express her emotions. What a shocking world. No wonder Master is so strong. With such a magical system, Dem can't compare. I know it's hard for you to believe, but this is the truth. Whether it's the dungeon world, the spalier world, the system, or the summoning of characters. Wu Yan looked at the three elf girls and spoke in a deep voice. Now, you know the situation. Actually, I just want to ask if you're willing to. Do you even need to ask? Before Wu Yan could finish, Yiju Shi, Xixian, and Meijio spoke at the same time and interrupted him. You are the master of us Baowu sisters. You are, and you will be. That will never change. Yiju Shi crossed his arms and looked up. His voice was filled with determination. This kind of thing you don't even need to choose. Agreed. Xixian tilted her head, the corners of her lips curled up. As long as Yiju Shi master, no matter where it is, Xixian will go. You promise to protect me forever. Meijio hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. She looked at Wu Yan's face with a nervous expression. You can't go back on your word, you? Seeing the three girls choose to follow him without hesitation, Wu Yan felt a burning sensation in his heart. It flowed through his body and warmed him up. A smile that came from the bottom of his heart slowly appeared on his face. You are the ones who have become my summoning characters. You can only stay by my side and share life and death with me. You can't go back on your word. We won't go back on our word. Their gazes met and the four people present all laughed. Just then, count me in. Chapter 1264. Count me in. In the small room, a cold voice shattered the warmth in the room. Wu Yan, Yiju Shi, Xixian and Meijio were shocked. They turned around to look at the source of the voice. What they saw shocked them. Outside the room, Tabichi Origami is standing there in her white pajamas. She is looking at Wu Yen with a calm expression. More accurately, she is looking at Wu Yen. Her eyes are filled with an inexplicable glint. Student Tabichi? Meijio was startled at first, then she was surprised. Why are you here? However, Tabichi Origami ignored Meijio. She walked up to Wu Yen like there's no one else around. Wu Yen looked at her blankly as if she was afraid that Wu Yen didn't hear what she just said. She opened her mouth. Count me in. The repeated words woke up the other four from their stupor. After realizing what Tabichi Origami meant, Wu Yen put away his surprise and frowned at Tabichi Origami. Count you in? Yes. Yes. Tokichi Origami nodded heavily to express the authenticity of her words. Count me in. Why do you say that? Wu Yen looked at Tabichi Origami with a perplexed expression and he asked with uncertainty. Do you know what we were talking about? Yes. Why would he ask that? There was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was about the system and the summoned characters. Wu Yen shared this information with Yokosuka, Yushin, and Meijio. From an outsider's point of view, Wu Yen only held hands with the three elven girls. As for the content, other than Yeju-Shi, Shixien, and Meijio, even if there were other people present they wouldn't know. It's as if he saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Tabichi Origami shook her head slowly. Although I don't know what you mean by the system, Dungeon World, and Silveria World, you seem to be making the three of them your summoned characters. They will follow you around and after becoming your summoned characters, they won't be able to leave your side and they will live and die with you. Is that right? Yes. Yes. I did say that just now. Wu Yen nodded his head but he still didn't look like he was ready to let go of this matter. And then? You said count me in, don't tell me. Yes. Tabichi Origami looked at Wu Yen. Let me be your summoned character too. Forget about Wu Yen, even Yokosuka, Yushin, and Miku who just found out about what happened were confused by her words. Do you know what it means to summon characters? Wu Yen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He solemnly said to Tokichi Origami, that's not as simple as saying that we'll live and die together. Do you think that summoning a character is like signing a contract or selling your body? Tabichi Origami raised her eyebrows and gave such an answer. Is there a difference? Wu Yen choked on his words. Indeed, from a certain point of view, becoming Wu Yan's summoned character is similar to signing a contract to sell your body. She shook her head. Dispelling this bad thought, Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Tabichi Origami. It's not that easy to become my summoned character. It's like a special ability. It will merge your life with mine. Do you know what that means? It means that if I die, you will die with me. Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest in a threatening tone. Don't think this is a joke. It's all true. Is that so? Tabichi Origami nodded when she heard Wu Yen. Just when Wu Yen thought she was going to give up, she said something like this. In that case, can you add me? Ha! For a moment, Wu Yen almost didn't react. He looked at Tabichi Origami in shock. I said, do you really understand? It doesn't matter if you understand or not. Tabichi Origami's expression was the same as usual. She still responded to Wu Yan's words concisely. I have already decided to follow you. It doesn't matter if I become your summoned character or not. Naturally, if you die, I die. This is something that has been decided long ago. Don't be so quick with your words. Wu Yen sighed and he extended his hand. Forget it, you might not understand if I tell you this. Hold my hand. Tabichi Origami didn't hesitate when she saw Wu Yan's outstretched hand. She grabbed it without hesitation. Immediately, the same ripple and light as when she shared her memories with the three elven girls lit up the entire place. When the light dimmed again, Tabichi Origami opened her eyes. There wasn't a single ripple in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yen thought his memory-sharing spell didn't work. However, Tabichi Origami's words refuted his guess. System. Dungeon World. Spalier World. So that's what it means? Understood. Seems like I finally understand. Wu Yen felt like he lost a lot of energy. As you know, becoming my summoned character isn't as simple as living and dying with me. Even so, you still decided to. Yes. Just like how Yakuya and the others interrupted Wu Yen, this time, Tabichi Origami also resolutely interrupted Wu Yan's words. I will become your summoned character. You. Why do you have to go to this extent? Wu Yen couldn't help but feel anxious. I know it's important for you to repay your debt, but don't put yourself in danger just like that, okay? Wu Yen looked deeply at Tabichi Origami and said something that Tabichi Origami had to consider. You've shared my memories, so you should know why I came to this world. You should also know that the creation of the manifestation device is about to be completed, and I'm about to leave this world with the elves. You've become my summoner, so you'll have to leave with me. Don't forget, your parents are in this world, Shirori is also in this world, are you willing to leave them? The indifferent expression on Yuichi Origami's face finally showed signs of being broken in the midst of her silent expression. Tabichi Origami greatly valued her parents. She valued them so much that she could walk down a path of no return for them. Now she finally witnessed a miracle and reunited with her revived parents. The future is starting to brighten. How could she be willing to leave this world with Wu Yen just like that? Besides, Shirori is also in this world. Thinking of this, Yuichi Origami lowered her head and remained silent. The three elven girls held their breaths and the scene fell into a heavy silence. Wu Yen didn't say anything and stared at Tabichi Origami with the three elven girls. As time passed, Yuichi Origami's eyes were filled with struggle. Until a certain moment, as if she had seen through it all, she took a deep breath and her expression became resolute again. Count me in. Hearing this, Wu Yen knew. Tabichi Origami won't change her mind. You will come back, right? Not sure if she was comforting Wu Yen or herself, Tabichi Origami said softly. Anyway, time in this world will freeze after you leave. I've waited for 5 years, I don't mind waiting a little longer. At least I can be sure that they are safe. On the other hand, can you guarantee that you won't die in another world? Tabichi Origami used a cold and cruel tone. So, I will follow you. Wu Yen was speechless, but he had to admit that Tabichi Origami made a lot of sense. Seeing Wu Yen wavering, Tabichi Origami finally used her trump card. The use of this CR unit and display device is not something that can be done by referring to the manual. Tabichi Origami glanced at Wu Yen and slowly said, I think that compared to Itsuka Kodori, who has never used the CR unit and only used a portion of the display device, I am more suitable to teach the girls how to use the CR unit and display device. This time Wu Yen was speechless. Wu Yen. Chapter 1265. After deciding to let Yijuya, Shixien, Meijio, and Origami become his summoners, Wu Yen chased the dissatisfied Meijio and Origami back to their room. He hugged Yijuya and Shixien and laid on the bed, listening to their breathing as he coaxed them to sleep. After coaxing the two girls to sleep, Wu Yen quietly pulled out one of his hands and tapped on the air. The system list popped up. Character: Wu Yen. Equipment points: 100 item points, 5000 ability points, 1000 summoning points, 300 level, 85. Looking at the number of points displayed on the system, Wu Yen couldn't help but turn his head away as tears streamed down his cheeks. In order to build the base, he had squandered all his equipment points, item points, and ability points. In the end, he only had a pitiful amount of points left. Originally, building the base didn't require summoning points. Wu Yen had the most summoning points out of the 4 types of summoning points he had. But, to summon Yukari he had to use up a lot of points. Also, this was after Wu Yen used some of the treasures in the Ring of Gold to exchange for summoning points. Otherwise, with the summoning points he had before, he might not even be able to summon Yukari. But now... Yamato, date battle character, one of the twin elves who has the ability to control the wind. Originally, it was the same elf as the other twin elf, but its original form, Yamato, had split into 2 individuals in the emergence. Its consciousness is independent, and its identification name is Berserker. 9,000 summoning points. Bawu Shixien, character from Date Battle. One of the twin fairies who has the ability to control wind. Originally, it was the same sprite as the other twin sprite, but its original body, Bawu, had split into 2 individuals in the emergence. Its consciousness was independent, and its identification name was Berserker. 9,000 summoning points. Night Tempter Meijio, character from Date Battle. A fairy who has the ability to control sound. She was originally a human. Later she was given a spirit crystal and became a fairy. Become a sprite with the identification name Diva. 9,000 summoning points. Origami Kite, character from Date Battle. Originally she was a member of the Land Self-Defense Force, AST. Later she quit ST and joined Radisker. She has one of the top 3 magicians in the world. She has her own personal CR unit, Mordred. 9,500 summoning points. If he wanted to summon all 4 new summoning points, he would have to spend 36,500 summoning points. Wu Yan only has a meager 300 summoning points left. So poor. It couldn't be any more shabby. Summoning points. Even the other 3 points were extremely shabby. Ugh. Wu Yan put away the system list and he facepalmed. He was conflicted. Even though he already knew that his remaining points are very pitiful, he didn't really care about it. After all, the current him had the ability, equipment, and tools. He also had a whole group of people to summon, and each of them was a beautiful woman. The number of points he had didn't affect him much. But now, when he really needed them, how could such a poor summoning points be of any use? Of course, there were still a lot of treasures in the Ring of Gold. If he turned them all into the system, he could get a lot of summoning points. But Wu Yan had always treated the treasures in the Ring of Gold as emergency items. When he summoned Yukari, he couldn't summon her without the treasures in the Ring of Gold. Therefore, even though he knew he wasn't that poor yet, if he kept relying on the treasures in the Ring of Gold like this, it would be troublesome if he really needed to use the points in the Ring of Gold. Was it time for him to earn some points? Wu Yan muttered. System, I seem to be short of summoning points. Say, when are you going to give me a sudden mission? In the end, Wu Yan's mumbling attracted the system's obedient response. User, the current dungeon world cannot detect a sudden mission. If user is short of summoning points, user is advised to enter the next dungeon world to complete the mission. Alright. When he heard the system's response, Wu Yan was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he slapped his thigh, forgetting that he was still holding Yi Jia's thigh. With this slap, there was a crisp sound and a soft sensation in the air and in the hand at the same time, accompanied by Yakuya's small cry of pain. Wu Yan was startled. He looked at Yi Jia, who was frowning in dissatisfaction. It seemed like he was about to wake up. He quickly patted Yi Jia's back. Not long after, Yakuya's frown faded away, revealing a peaceful sleeping face. He rubbed his head against Wu Yan's chest a few times with a serene smile on his face. Then he went back to sleep. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and shook his head with a bitter smile. After some hesitation, Wu Yan asked, System, when I am in another dungeon world, will the time in this dungeon world be frozen as well? Yes. The system answered without any hesitation. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Obviously, he didn't want the time in this dungeon world to be frozen as well. Right now, the display device was still being manufactured, and it would probably take some time for it to be completed. Since Will Scott's arm had been chopped off by himself, he could only return to the DEM's headquarters and use the highest performance display device to reattach his severed arm. In other words, during this period of time, staying in Tiangong City could be considered as having nothing to do. If possible, Wu Yan wanted to do dungeon missions to earn points while maintaining the flow of time in this dungeon world. When he returned, the display device would be completed. That would be the best situation. However, completing a dungeon mission was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Come to think of it, by the time the display device was completed, Will Scott would have recovered and the possibility of him being in another dungeon world would be extremely high. If that was the case, Wu Yan didn't want to leave the girls here alone. System. Thinking of this, Wu Yan asked tentatively, Can you maintain the flow of time in this dungeon world but not too fast so that I have enough time to complete the dungeon mission in the other dungeon world? When this question was asked, it seemed like even the system didn't expect it. In any case, Wu Yan didn't wait for the system to answer directly. After a while, the mechanical voice of the system gradually echoed in Wu Yan's mind. In the system's rules, there is no denial of the user's suggestion. After the system's own judgment, the user's suggestion is feasible. The system will adjust the relevant rules. The contents of the adjustment are as follows. If the user is in the main world or dungeon world and the user has a summoned character in another dungeon world, the flow of time in that dungeon world will be unfrozen. The specific flow of time will be based on the flow of time in the main world and the dungeon world the user is in. It will be 1%. Hearing this, Wu Yan scratched his cheek. In other words, if I go to another dungeon world and the user has a summoned character in that dungeon world, the flow of time in that dungeon world will be the same as the main world. It will be 101, right? Yes, if the user goes to another dungeon world and spends 100 days in that dungeon world, the difference between the dungeon world and the main world will only be 1 day. That's not bad. At this moment, Wu Yan felt satisfied and relaxed. Since he could go to another dungeon world to earn points and slow down the flow of time between this dungeon world and the main world, it was not a bad choice. If that's the case, when he returns, the display device should be almost complete. After making up his mind, Wu Yin kissed Yejuya and Shixian on the forehead and closed his eyes. I'll say goodbye to the girls tomorrow and go to the other dungeon world. Chapter 1266. Going to another dungeon world? The next day at the dining table, Wu Yin told the girls about the decision he made last night while Shirori went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The girls couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Why are you all so loud? Wu Yin sneaked a peek into the kitchen and after making sure Shirori didn't find anything, he let out a sigh of relief. He rolled his eyes at the girls in the room. Yeguya, Yuhin, Miku, and Origami are fine since they just found out about us. But Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino, why are you all so surprised? How can we not be surprised? Kotori glared at Wu Yin and lowered her voice. Isn't it too sudden to suggest going to another dungeon world? It's not that sudden. Wu Yin took a bite of his bread and waved his hand casually. I'm the only one going, you don't have to follow me. We don't have to follow you? The girls froze on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Yin explained the conversation he had with the system last night to the girls. He also told the girls that when he is in this dungeon world, the time in this world won't be frozen. Instead, it will be slowed down to 1% of the time in the dungeon world he is in. When they heard Wu Yan's explanation, the girls objected strongly to it. How can you go alone? What if no one takes care of you? Yeah. What if there's danger? Aotsusama, I think it's better to bring some people along. It's inconvenient to go alone. I think so too. As the master of us Yamato sisters, are you going to abandon your slaves? Master, you're being too irresponsible. Honey, at least bring me along. I've never been to another dungeon world before. I'm curious. Why are you all so nervous? Wu Yin shook his head and rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who gets into trouble easily? Let's bring some people with us. Kotori frowned. It's good to have someone to take care of me. I'll go with you. Origami declared in an unquestionable tone. My words now. I won't drag you down. This isn't a matter of whether or not we're dragging them back. Origami. Wu Yin turned his head and looked at Origami. Don't forget that you'll have to leave this world with us after the display device is completed. He didn't know when he would come back again. Therefore, I think you should at least spend some time with your parents while I'm away. Okay. Origami's unquestionable expression instantly collapsed, and she fell silent. Seeing that Origami had tacitly agreed, the other three rookies by the side hurriedly spoke out. Then let us, the Bawu sisters, follow you to the other world. I agree. Yi Juya and Shixian don't have parents in this world, so they don't need to accompany them. I don't have any special events recently, so I don't need to meet my fans. Going to the other world to sing seems like a good idea. What's wrong with the two of them? Is there a need to be so worried? Wu Yin heard Yi Juya, Shixian and Miku's words and the worry in their eyes. He knocked on their heads. I didn't ask you to come with me, but that doesn't mean I'm going alone. Did you forget that I have Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola with me? The other girls recalled that Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola had been staying inside Wu Yan's body all this time. With Natsuki and the others, there's no need to worry, right? Wu Yin smiled at the girls. Besides, I need someone to watch over me. I'll be more at ease if you all stay here together. Wu Yin took out a gem that emitted a soft white light and handed it to Origami. Origami, this is for you, this is? Origami raised an eyebrow when she saw the gem in Wu Yan's hand. Spirit crystal? This was originally yours. Wu Yin looked at Origami. It doesn't matter if you want to use it or not. The decision is in your hands. You can keep it in case you need it. Origami fell silent. After a while she nodded. She opened up a small tori and wrapped the spirit crystal in it before putting it away. Since husband has made up his mind, I won't say anything else. With Natsuki around, you should be able to rest assured. Kurumi looked at Wu Yin helplessly. But please be careful. Don't worry. Wu Yin smiled. The time ratio is 100:1. I spent 3 months in the other world and only 1 day here. Perhaps by the time I return, it won't even be a day here. Indeed? The group of girls' expressions also relaxed. I will take care of the display. Kotori didn't throw a tantrum, she gave Wu Yin a promise. I'll take care of it too. With Toka, Kurumi and Origami here, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Okay? Wu Yin looked at the girls and nodded with a smile. Before leaving, the girls prepared a lot of things for Wu Yin. There was plenty of food and water. Coterie even prepared some display device for Wu Yan in case he needs it. Although the display device won't be of much use to Wu Yan, who has 103,000 grimoires, it's still a token of appreciation from the girls. Therefore Wu Yan didn't say much and put it into the gate of Babylon. After preparing everything, Wu Yan told Shirori that he'll be away for a few days and used a small excuse to brush her off. Then he snuck into his room and opened the system list. He clicked on the dungeon page and began to choose a dungeon. Of course, if he really wants to enter a dungeon, he'll have to pay points. Wu Yan was very poor and he didn't want to use the items in the Ring of Gold. He could only let the system choose a random dungeon. After all, he doesn't have to pay points to enter a random dungeon. Thus, after entering the dungeon page, Wu Yan opened his mouth. System, choose a random dungeon. Beep. Initiating dungeon selection. The system's cold voice rang in Wu Yan's mind. Then, a glowing frame started to flash between the dungeon options on the list. Like a slot machine, it spun so fast that even Wu Yan couldn't see it clearly. After a while, it stopped on one of the dungeons. Then the dungeon option lit up from the gray, unavailable, and became an option. Beep. Random dungeon selection successful. Dungeon World, Starry Dragon Knight, selected. Enter. Starry Dragon Knight? Wu Yan stared blankly at the options shown on the list. Wu Yan stared blankly at the system. Starry Dragon Knight? Which dungeon is this? Haven't you seen the original dungeon? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. If possible, he'd rather choose a dungeon that he's familiar with. That way, not only would the dungeon missions be easier, he'd be able to act boldly because of his understanding of the world. As for Starry Dragon Knight, Wu Yan didn't even see the original dungeon. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and he mumbled in an embarrassed manner. System, can you do another random selection? The user can choose a random dungeon world. If the user doesn't enter and complete the dungeon mission, the user can't make another random selection. The system's cold voice sounded. If the user isn't satisfied with the random selection, the user can spend a small amount of points to cancel the random selection and make another random selection. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. How many points do I need? Equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points are 10,000 points each. This world it is. Wu Yan said decisively. He didn't want to give himself time and chance to regret. He pressed the Starry Dragon Knight option. The scene in front of him blurred slightly. Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the room. Chapter 1267. The Uruxtran Continent. This was a continent that was shaped like a dragon, spreading its wings and soaring high in the sky. On the Uruxtran continent, there were 5 extremely large organizations that occupied the continent for themselves. They occupied a piece of land and divided the territory of the Uruxtran continent. These 5 extremely powerful forces were respectively located in the center of the Uruxtran continent, occupying the heart of the dragon. Known as the dragon-raising nation, the Lorimon Knighthood. Located in the south of the Lorimon Knighthood, occupying the body of the dragon. Known as the suzerain of the Lorimon Knighthood, the Sheplon Kingdom. Located in the north of the Lorimon Knighthood, occupying the jaw of the dragon. Known as the Siphoros Empire, the Arcanum Empire. Located in the southeast of the Uruxtran continent, occupying the tail of the dragon, there used to be all kinds of independent countries of different sizes. Later, 7 large cities and 16 other small cities united to form the alliance of Rovlock Industrial and Commercial Cities. Located in the northeast of the Uruxtran continent, the Ailu Peninsula. Including the Ailu Peninsula, occupying the wing of the dragon. These were the 5 great powers of the Uruxtran continent. They were colossal powers that occupied 5 different parts of the dragon-shaped continent. Of course, they occupied 5 different parts of the Uruxtran continent. However, the relationship between the 5 great powers was very complicated. There were high and low statuses, strong and weak powers. In the eyes of others, they were colossal powers. However, in their own eyes, in their own hearts, there were some discrepancies. For example, the Lorimon Knighthood was a large nation that occupied the heart of the continent. However, it was suppressed by the suzerain Sheplon Kingdom. Obviously, the Lorimon Knighthood was in a weak state. However, the Lorimon Knighthood was a very special nation in the Uruxtran continent. Because this nation that was still weak had the beautiful title of the Dragon-Raising Nation. Unfortunately, whether it was the Lorimon Knighthood, the suzerain Sheplon Kingdom, or the other 3 great powers, today they were destined to not be peaceful. Star Essence. This was a very special energy in this world. It was similar to the energy of Qi. It was also a necessary element for the life forms living on this planet to maintain their lives. On this planet, apart from humans, there was another very special race. Dragons, a real Western dragon. However, in this world, the dragons that lived on this planet, although they had the power to be called a disaster like in the legends, their situation. But it wasn't very good. The reason was because of the star essence. This world's planet had a tendency to view creatures with powerful magic as harmful and eliminated them. It could be said that this was a self-cleansing effect by the planet. But what was unable to be erased was the dragons with powerful magic. Became an obsolete race abandoned by the planet. Therefore the dragons could not accept star essence. They couldn't obtain this star essence that life forms relied on to sustain their lives. If you want to survive on this planet, you must have star essence as a supplement. If you are unable to obtain star essence as a gift from the planet, you will not be able to escape the fate of extinction. Under such circumstances, a special contract known as the Abayan Secret Agreement was created. Due to the planet's tendency to view creatures with mana as a threat, humans who did not possess any mana were instead the most welcomed life forms on the planet. They were born with abundant star essence, which was why the dragons had signed the secret pact of Abayan with the humans. The dragons were facing extinction, but the humans coveted the dragons' power. Therefore the two sides signed the contract. The dragon used the contract to leave a mark known as the star engraving on the human's body. From the special route formed by the star engraving, the dragon would replenish the star essence on the contracted human's body. In return, the dragons will listen to the humans' orders and give their powerful magic to the humans. With the help of the star carving, the dragons that signed the contract with the humans survived, and the humans gained the right to order the dragons. This is the most special existence in this world. Although not everyone can sign a contract with a dragon and become a person who can order the dragons, it is undeniable that this world is a world where humans and dragons live together. All of this is due to the star essence given by the planet. The dragons receive the star essence from their masters. The humans, as the masters, provide the star essence. This had always been the connection between humans and dragons on the continent of Aluxtran. But today the star essence of the entire world went berserk. That's right, berserk. Only those who possess the star engraving and can see the star essence's dragon summoning could see it clearly. The world is changing. People, dragons, flowers, trees, earth, oceans. On the bodies of these beings, there was an almost endless amount of star essence that could not be seen by the naked eye. They silently rose from every living being, every piece of land, and every part of the sea. Like a swarm of bees, they madly gathered together and surged into the air, forming an extremely terrifying vortex that emitted an astonishing amount of energy. In every corner of the world, people, things, and things that could sense the changes of the star essences were all terrified. They looked at the star essences that rose from their bodies and then looked at the star essences that were continuously gathering in the air. They were at a loss and did not know what to do. What the hell is going on? With such a thought lingering in their minds, at the next moment, the humans and dragons who had lost a large number of star essences in their bodies lost all of their strength. Their faces turned pale as they weakly fell to the ground, terrified by the inexplicable situation that happened to them. For a moment, the humans and dragons on the entire planet fell into an unprecedented panic. Is the end of the world? That was the only thought left in the minds of the humans and dragons who barely maintained their consciousness. In various parts of the world, many important people who relied on their own abilities to continue their activities even if they temporarily lost the replenishment of the star essences looked at the surging star essences that had condensed into a vortex in the air with a solemn expression, not knowing what they were thinking. After all, only a very small number of people can calm down in this doomsday-like phenomenon. Among this extremely small number, there was one such person who had quietly appeared in an extremely dense forest. It was a dragon. It was an extremely elegant and beautiful dragon with long green hair and white fur. Its wings were like the wings of a cicada, emitting a green light. This huge dragon raised its head and stared at the whirlpool of star essence in the sky that covered the entire world. Its body flashed with a green light and its body gradually shrank until finally, it turned into an extremely beautiful woman with extremely long green hair and horn-like ornaments. She turned from a dragon to a human. She raised her head and looked at the star essence swirling in the sky. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She looked dignified, shocked, complicated, and greedy. Such a large amount of star essences. The woman sighed in amazement. If the dragon clan can obtain it, then even if they don't rely on humans they should be able to survive for a long time, right? After saying that, the woman closed her eyes as if she knew she said something stupid. When she opened her eyes again, there was only a dignified look in her eyes. The star essence of the planet is going berserk. It even affected the star essence in the living body and caused it to go berserk as well? Planet, what is going on? This phenomenon. The woman narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. Is it because the planet itself, which rejects life forms with powerful magic power, has sensed the existence of powerful magic power and strongly rejected the birth of that existence, thus causing the self-phenomenon? After saying that, the woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. If that's really the case, then just how powerful is this existence to be able to cause the planet itself to automatically reject its birth? The planet has a tendency to view creatures with powerful magic as harmful. It has a tendency to reject them. However, that is at most a function of the planet itself. Like a natural phenomenon, it is a setting of the world. But now, this natural phenomenon was like a chemical reaction caused by a certain existence, producing an extremely powerful change. This is the truth behind the star essence going berserk. Wu Yin, who didn't know about this, finally ushered in the most unwelcome journey in history. Moreover, the one that rejected him was the planet itself. Chapter 1268. As if he entered a pool of water, a wave of dizziness engulfed his consciousness. Then he felt his body floating up into the air. However, this state didn't last long. Wu Yan's vision blurred for a brief moment. Then Wu Yan felt the air around him returning to its original state after a second of silence. Have I entered a dungeon world? Just as this thought rose from the depths of Wu Yan's heart, the system's voice echoed and told Wu Yan the answer. Dungeon world, Xing Carving's Dragon Knight. Dungeon mission, acquire. Mission 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of the angel, Zafkiel, to use the Bullet of 12 YOD. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she would obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Mission reward, 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points and summoning points. Mission 2, yet to be activated. Mission 3, yet to be activated. Beep. User, after you have completed all the dungeon missions, you will be able to leave the dungeon world. When the first mission is completed, the second mission will be activated. When the second mission is completed, the third mission will be activated. When the second mission is completed, the third mission will be activated. When the third mission is completed, the user will be able to leave the dungeon world. Reminder, because the world of Xing Carving's Dragon Knight is very special to the user, the first mission is also a very special type of mission. If the user is unable to complete it, he will be forced to leave the dungeon world. The user will no longer have the right to enter the world of Xing Carving's Dragon Knight. I hope the user will pay attention to the first mission. In addition, I would like to remind the user once again that the time ratio between the dungeon world and the main world, as well as the other dungeon worlds that are not frozen, is 100:1. Therefore, the user can train in the dungeon world without any worries. I wish you a happy dungeon world. Listening to the system prompt that would repeat every time he entered a dungeon world. Wu Yan was only paying attention to the dungeon mission. However, when the system prompt was transmitted to his mind, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. To him, Xing Carving's Dragon Knight was an extremely special dungeon world? What was the meaning of this? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan more or less understood when he opened his eyes. Why is this instant's dungeon world so special to me? In midair, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his eyes was not the blue sky. Instead, they were densely packed like green fireflies. Spots of light filled the entire sky. They were like bees that had gathered in a beehive, moving crazily. Although there was no buzzing sound under their violent movements, ripples appeared in the surrounding air. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was stunned. It was also at this moment that the scene before him completely changed. All of the green specks of light seemed to be boiling as they gathered together and gave off strange ripples. In the next moment, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly attacked Wu Yan's heart, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Before Wu Yan could react, the surrounding green specks of light that densely covered the entire sky emitted a dazzling and terrifying light. In the sky, the star essences that had gathered into a vortex emitted a scorching light that covered the entire sky. Under the gaze of everyone in the world, it suddenly exploded like a star exploding. Astra's boom. A terrifying loud noise that was enough to shatter the eardrums of everyone in the world instantly resounded in every corner of the world. It caused the people and dragons that had lost their strength and collapsed on the ground to cover their ears with a pale face. They let out the most horrified screams in their lives, and together with the loud noise, resounded through the entire sky. The scene of a star exploding occurred directly in the eyes of all the people and dragons who were watching the sky, and it shone with a dazzling light. People did not even know what had happened. The violent flash took away their vision, and the loud sound took away their hearing, causing the whole world to resound with horrified screams and panic horns. It was believed that if it was not for the fact that they had lost a large amount of star essences that caused them to fall into a weakened state, perhaps the world would have already fallen into chaos. The end of the world. These 4 words were deeply engraved in everyone's heart, causing waves of panic. When everyone was in a state of blindness due to the explosion of the star essences, at the center of the explosion, below, a pitch-black crack that was filled with ferocious eyeballs suddenly split open from the void and spat out a figure that flew out in a sorry state. It was Wu Yin, who had entered Amethyst's red jade mode. At the last critical moment of the star essence's explosion, Wu Yin decisively activated Amethyst's red jade mode. First, he used the realm of being and non-being to offset the terrifying impact caused by the explosion. Then, without saying a word, he hid in the gap and avoided the continuous impact of the sound waves. With his waist-length golden hair fluttering in the wind, Wu Yin opened his eyes that had turned purple and looked at the star essences that were flashing in the sky due to the explosion. His expression was unsightly. This was also natural. After all, Wu Yin did not know that this planet had a natural phenomenon that treated all beings with mana as harmful and eliminated them. Originally, this phenomenon would at most not give star essences to beings with mana and let them die on their own. However, due to Wu Yan's body that benefited from the body of a true ancestor and the strongest mana cultivation method, as well as the super-powerful mana that had been strengthened and purified by the magical pool water, the planet's tendency to eliminate beings with mana seemed to have been stimulated, causing the star essences to go berserk. This was something that had never happened before in this world, something that had never happened before. In the planet's past history there were many beings with powerful mana, but no matter how powerful they were, even if an entire race was added together, they had never caused such a phenomenon on the planet. One of the reasons is that they were born in this world. Unlike Wu Yin, who came out of nowhere and gave this world a huge shock. Another reason was that their mana was not enough to cause such a phenomenon on the planet. Now Wu Yin alone had caused such a violent reaction. One can only imagine how much magic power Wu Yin has in his body right now. However, for Wu Yin, coming to this world was a bad thing. At least for now. System, what's going on? Wu Yin stared at the star essences that were still fluctuating in the sky and asked the system in a hoarse voice, his purple eyes full of anger. Of course, if it were anyone else who had just arrived in this world and encountered a great disaster that forced them to enter the red jade mode to escape, they would have reacted the same way as Wu Yin. Although he was the true ancestor of vampires and could never die, and could be resurrected after death, he did not have the hobby of dying several times. It was natural for him to be angry. However, Wu Yin did not receive an answer from the system. It was not that the system did not answer Wu Yan's question, but that a vortex of star essences no less dense than the one before had surrounded Wu Yin. Wu Yan's expression changed when he saw the dense green light gathering around him. He was about to open up another gap when he realized that the star essences were coiling around his hands and feet like ropes. This is bad. While waiting for the system's response, Wu Yin, who got caught up in a moment of carelessness, widened his eyes. The next moment, boom, an extremely violent shockwave spread out in all directions along with another terrifying explosion. The sky was once again covered by a strong light. Below the strong light, a broken body that had lost all 4 limbs and was only left with an empty shell fell down while carrying a remnant force. The star essence that was circulating around the body fell down. In the end, it fell into a dense forest. After a long time, the sky returned to normal. The vortex of star essences disappeared as well. Once again, the people were replenished with star essences from the planets and recovered from their injuries. However, the nightmarish doomsday scene had already been reflected in everyone's heart. It became a mark that could not be erased. Chapter 1269. The entire world was shocked. The entire continent of Arakostran fell into an unprecedented chaos. Even though the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk had calmed down and the apocalyptic scene had disappeared like a dream, leaving behind only a sense of shock, the people were still unable to get rid of the panic in their hearts. That was only natural. If it was just a phenomenon of the star essence going berserk, then at most it would become a hot topic in people's mouths. But the problem was, the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk also appeared on the human body and dragon body. It even caused people and dragons to fall into a weakened state and become fish on the chopping block without any power to fight back. Many people even thought that they were going to die, until the phenomenon of the star essence going berserk calmed down, and their strength returned to their bodies. They were completely unaware of it and still stood there stupidly, looking at the sky for a long time without coming back to their senses. This can no longer be explained as a simple phenomenon, it must be treated as a deep threat to their lives. Moreover, this threat is aimed at the entire world. At this moment, whether it's the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea, the Kingdom of Sheplon, the Sepharo's Empire, the Lovelock Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Aspidar Sanctuary and other major powers on the continent, they all made the same decision. They must quickly find out the reason for the star essence going berserk. As a result, the entire world unavoidably began an unknown turmoil. What no one knew was, the center of the truth behind the star essence going berserk was the Lorea Knight's Kingdom, known as the Dragon-Raising Kingdom, a weak and small kingdom by others. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. This is a special academy located in the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea. It's an academy that specializes in educating and guiding the young boys and girls who have signed a contract with dragons and become dragon nurturers. According to the rules of the Lorimon Knight's Kingdom, all citizens of the Lorimon Knight's Kingdom had to go through a ceremony called the Youngling Ceremony, in the Holy Land, Abayan Forest, within a month after they turned 7 years old, to look for the mother of dragons. Obtain the offspring of the dragon whelp. As long as it was in the Youngling ritual. Children who are chosen by the dragon mother and have the aptitude to raise dragons will be placed in the dragon mother's body as the offspring of the dragon whelp. As long as a person has a dragon in his body, he will be called a dragon nurturer. A person who has the aptitude to raise dragons. There was a high chance that the ability to raise dragons would be passed down to the next generation. However, the chances of successfully placing a dragon whelp in his body was still only about 10%. As for the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, it was an academy that nurtured rare dragon nurturers. After the star essence went berserk and calmed down, the star essence returned to the human body once again. Inside the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, in the student union office, an extremely beautiful girl gradually recovered her body and slowly stood up from the ground where she had just fallen down with great difficulty. The young lady had long, fiery red hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were as beautiful as emeralds, and her slender and delicate body exuded a noble, princess-like aura. Her fiery figure didn't lose even the slightest bit of her charm, even though she was wrapped in the academy uniform, making the heavens and earth lose their color. The gorgeous young lady flicked her brightly colored long hair. Her green eyes immediately looked at her own body, and she even tried to move it. When she didn't find anything strange, she murmured, "Has the star essence recovered?" The girl's name was Rebecca Randall. She was the student union president of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. She was also the strongest person in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Not the strongest among the students, but the true strongest in the academy. Her strength even surpassed the teachers of the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Rebecca was a noble existence that was both beautiful and powerful. This noble existence couldn't help but lose all ability to resist like a normal person. She laid limply on the ground and watched as the star essence vortex mysteriously gathered and exploded in the sky. She didn't even have the strength to approach the scene. Thinking of this, Rebecca clenched her fists and raised her head to look at the sky. Her beautiful face was filled with seriousness. What happened? Star essence was a special energy that existed in the body of a living being. Its importance even surpassed food. Because the dragon nurturers signed a contract with a dragon, they obtained the star essence path that allowed the star essence to circulate. It was also the star engraving. Through it, they could more or less see the existence of star essence. It was the same for Rebecca. In the past, star essence would only circulate between the human body and the dragon body. It also existed in the bodies of some living beings. However, it had never left the human body on its own and appeared in the air before going berserk. This phenomenon happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that Rebecca couldn't react in time. She was stunned by everything that happened before her eyes. At this moment, even though she was the student union president who was both beautiful and powerful, smart and witty, she still didn't know what to do. She stared blankly at the gradually dispersing star essence in the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. However, this reaction was quickly disrupted, At a certain moment, Rebecca, who was gazing at the sky, suddenly froze, a look of surprise flashing through her emerald eyes. That was because, in Rebecca's field of vision, she could see a green starlight flickering within the dispersing star essence vortex. It was as if a green meteor was falling towards the ground. And the direction in which the green meteor fell was precisely the direction of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. No, to be more precise, it fell into a dense forest not far from the Ansari Dragon Academy. That's... Rebecca's eyes lit up. Her intuition told her that the falling meteor had something to do with the star essence going berserk. Staring at the green streak of light falling into the forest, Rebecca silently memorized its location. Soon after, she abruptly turned around and left the student council office without a second thought. The Fianna Forest was located in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. It was a forest to the north of the Ansari city. Due to the fact that the distance was close, the area was large enough, and the conditions were substantial enough, the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy would often visit this place for their own actual combat training or for the school's routine activities. To the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, this was a forest that they could not be more familiar with. This included Rebecca as well. She rushed into the forest as fast as she could and gradually approached the location in her memory. Realizing that the thing she was looking for might be nearby, she couldn't help but lighten her footsteps. Her heartbeat sped up as well. She tiptoed and soon, after pushing aside the tall grass in front of her for the umpteenth time, a lake appeared in front of her. It was a lake that wasn't very big, but it was very beautiful. The surrounding light was blocked by the tall trees, causing the lake to sink into a rather desolate darkness, as if it was in the middle of the night. At the same time, many green stars were floating around the lake like fireflies. They were emitting a gentle light while they floated around, covering the entire scene. That's... Rebecca was shocked when she saw the green stars covering the entire lake. Star essences? That's right, the stars floating around the lake were the star essences that the planet gave life on. Star essences are floating in the air? Rebecca didn't hide her shock at all. After all, star essences only existed within living beings. They were essential for life. If there was no special reason or man-made reason, the star sprite would never appear out of nowhere in the air. However, this also confirmed Rebecca's suspicions. The star essences going berserk definitely had something to do with that ray of light. Rebecca looked around the lake and had to admit that the scene of star sprites drifting on the lake as if it had fallen into a curtain of night was indeed very beautiful. However, her gaze was stealthily snatched away by another scene. At the center of the lake was a small tree. Star essences surrounded the tree. They emitted a green light as if they were covered in fluorescent gauze. At the top of the tree, a person was lying on top of the tree with a serene expression as if he was in a deep sleep. Around him were green stars that seemed to be protecting him. Rebecca gradually became absent-minded when she saw this beautiful scene. Chapter 1270. His consciousness gradually returned to his mind, awakening his sluggish nerves and gradually operating. Waking up from his muddle-headed state, Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of wine-red pupils to the air, flashing with dense confusion. A tingling sensation came from his head, but it made Wu Yan's consciousness return faster. It was not until now that Wu Yan discovered his current situation. He was lying on a soft bed. The first thing that caught his eye was a beautiful chandelier hanging on the ceiling, emitting a bright and beautiful light. A gentle breeze blew gently, the chandelier also gently swayed with the wind, making a pleasant sound like a wind chime. The surroundings were dim. Taking a closer look, the dim light was actually the setting sun shining in from outside the open window not far away. This is... Looking around, he held his head as he propped himself up from the bed. Closing his eyes, he started stimulating his brain that had entered a sluggish state due to deep sleep, trying to retrieve the memories from before he fell into a deep slumber. After recalling everything, Wu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. His face was completely covered in inexplicable confusion. What? Why did I have to enter Yukari's red jade mode, as soon as I came to this world to avoid a disaster? Who do I have a grudge against? When he entered the world of star-carving Dragon Knight, Wu Yen did imagine that he would once again encounter a deceptive way of descending. Anyway, when he was in the magic catalog, he was directly assigned the identity of a rogue to descend, and when he entered the date battle world twice, he encountered the space quake and AST to kill him. Wu Yen didn't expect his descent to be in such a manner. He also didn't expect to encounter the most dangerous disaster in the history of this world. Is this star-carving Dragon Knight? world, a world more awesome than Dragon Ball. Inadvertently, Wu Yen thought so. It can't be helped, that kind of disaster, Wu Yen admitted to himself. If he didn't have Yukari's red jade mode to support him, with his current strength, even if he was not careless, he would definitely die in the first explosion. If it was because he was unlucky enough to encounter a rare disaster in this world, then it was still acceptable. But if it was man-made, the other party was at least a demigod. Only then could he create such a phenomenon. Encountering a demigod right after entering the dungeon world? Was he really that unlucky? He had no idea what was going on. Wu Yen could only ask the system for help. After getting an answer from the system, he finally knew what was going on. This was a world with humans and dragons as the main theme. The planet of this world viewed creatures with powerful magic as harmful, and the tendency to eliminate it. When he first arrived in this dungeon world, the calamity he encountered was only because he, who possessed super powerful magic, had suddenly arrived in this world and stimulated the self-cleansing tendency of the planet itself. As a result, the planet's star essence, which was essential for life but did not grant life with magic, went berserk as if a chemical reaction had occurred. This caused the individual with super powerful magic, which was Wu Yen himself, to suffer the disaster of the berserk star essence. In other words, this was a combination of inevitability and coincidence, an unexpected disaster similar to a natural disaster. It can be like this? After understanding the truth of the matter, Wu Yen didn't feel too good. Is it wrong to have powerful magic? Of course, no one would give him an answer to this question. Wu Yen could only swallow this bitter water into his stomach. After all, this was a phenomenon caused by the natural inclination of the planet and Wu Yen himself. If he wanted to take revenge, was he supposed to take revenge on the planet or himself? That's even worse. Sigh. After sighing, Wu Yen shook his head and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He began to observe his surroundings. I admit that I was tricked, but where is this place? In the last collective explosion of the star essence, Wu Yan's body was blown up by the strong impact. Although he relied on the body of a true ancestor and quickly recovered to his original state, he couldn't avoid the shock of the impact and lost consciousness. He didn't know what happened after that. Of course, he didn't know why he was here. Lifting the quilt on his body, Wu Yen was about to get out of bed when he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be green starlight surrounding his body. This is... Blinking, Wu Yen raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to touch the green starlight. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, attracting Wu Yan's attention. Then Wu Yen saw an extremely beautiful and noble girl with fiery red hair that reached her waist and emerald-like eyes walked into the room. The girl seemed to have noticed Wu Yan's gaze. She lifted her head and looked at the direction of the bed. When she met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes, she paused for a moment before revealing a breathtaking smile. Allah, you're already awake? The girl didn't wait for Wu Yen to reply. She walked to the bedside and sat down. She looked at Wu Yen with a curious and probing gaze before asking him with a smile. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No. Hearing the girl's question, Wu Yen responded reflexively. Then, he reacted and looked at her with uncertainty. You've saved me? Yes. Seeing Wu Yan's quick reaction, the girl couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The young girl was well aware of how great her charm was. It wasn't that the young girl wanted to flatter herself, but rather, all of this had been seen by everyone in the world. It was because of this that she was so surprised. In the past, people who met her for the first time, even if they're from the royal family or if they're from the same gender as her, would more or less show some inappropriate behavior due to her appearance. It's not that there aren't people like Wu Yen who could react so quickly and ignore her charms, but those people are usually in their 70s or 80s, they can be considered old people. The girl didn't know if there were people like Wu Yen who didn't seem to care much about their appearance in other places, but this was the first time she met someone like him. Therefore, her curiosity grew even stronger, causing the smile on the young lady's face to become even brighter. I am Rebecca. Rebecca? Randall. Rebecca smiled and introduced herself as she placed a hand on her chest. What about you? Me? Wu Yen couldn't help but scratch his cheeks. He was conflicted about whether he should announce his name. From Rebecca's name, it was obvious that the name of this world was very similar to the name of the Spalier world. Under such circumstances, his name seemed to be neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, if he announced his name, the girl would definitely ask him what happened, why he fainted, where he lived, why he fainted, and so on. However, Wu Yen, who wasn't a resident of this world, couldn't answer any of these questions. In the worst-case scenario, he might be treated as a suspicious person. That would be the worst-case scenario. After all, Wu Yin wasn't familiar with the star-engraved Dragon Knight. He hadn't even read the original work. His basic knowledge of this world was obtained from the system. He was unfamiliar with the people and the place and was in a worse state than when he first came to the Blood Frenzy world. Here, it was better to use Rebecca as a breakthrough point and slowly understand this world before deciding what to do. Of course, Wu Yin wouldn't be able to give her any information. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he couldn't find anything. The only thing he could do now was to use his trump card. In a short span of a second, these thoughts flashed through Wu Yan's mind. In the next second, he put on a pained expression. He held his forehead and spoke with great difficulty. I don't know. You don't know? Rebecca didn't expect this answer. She couldn't help but be taken aback. She raised her eyebrows. How could you not know? This? You're asking me? Wu Yin laughed bitterly. This time it wasn't an act. It was a real bitter laugh. He laughed bitterly at the fact that he was in such a predicament. Then, do you remember what happened before you fainted? Do you know why you fainted? Or where do you live? As Wu Yan expected, Rebecca asked these questions. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. He knocked his head and shook his head with a troubled expression. Is that so? Rebecca muttered to herself. Looks like you've lost your memories. Wu Yan cheered in his heart when he heard that. Memory loss complete. Chapter 1271. On the other side, Rebecca had a vexed expression. When she saw Wu Yan surrounded by the star essence in the forest, Rebecca felt that the man in front of her had something to do with the star essence going berserk. Rebecca had originally thought that she would be able to obtain some information after Wu Yan woke up, perhaps even the truth behind why the star essence had gone berserk. In the end, her only clue seemed to be that he had lost his memories. It seemed like his efforts were in vain this time. Rebecca sighed inwardly, but she quickly composed herself and looked at Wu Yan. If you've really lost your memory, then it'll be a little troublesome. I'm sorry? Wu Yan said it from the bottom of his heart. The apologetic look on his face is also genuine. Of course, his apology was mainly directed at the fact that he had lied to Rebecca. She had saved him, but he couldn't tell her the truth. All he could do was apologize. However, Rebecca definitely didn't know why Wu Yan was apologizing. She thought that he was apologizing for causing her trouble because of his memory loss. Rebecca shook her head with a smile. Don't mind it. It's just that I originally wanted to get some information from you, but it seems that it's not possible now. Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he heard Rebecca's blunt words. Then he asked her a question. Where is this place? This is the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Rebecca nodded in reply, leaving Wu Yan puzzled. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy? It's the Dragon Cultivator Academy in the Knight's Nation of Loriaman. It's also the academy I'm studying in. Rebecca explained patiently when she saw Wu Yan's confused expression. I found you who had fainted in the nearby forest and brought you back to the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. You're now in a student dormitory in the academy? I see. Wu Yan sighed. He looked at Rebecca. I'm really sorry. Sorry to trouble you. It's not that troublesome. I still have some authority in this academy. Borrowing a student dorm is just a small matter. Rebecca casually waved her hand and explained. You don't remember anything now. I can't take you home. You should be able to use this dorm for a long time. I'm really sorry. Wu Yan could only smile bitterly and continue to answer like this as he shook his head. Following his movements, the star essences floating around him seemed to be responding to him as they jumped up and down. Seeing this, Rebecca narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and said half-jokingly, These star sprites have been following you from the forest. Many of them have disappeared along the way, but there are still so many left. You seem to be very welcomed by the star sprites. Welcome? Wu Yan frowned. He reached out and touched the star sprites. The star sprites that he touched immediately disappeared like bubbles. And no, you're not welcome. Wu Yan blurted out before his brain could process what he just said. Rather than welcoming me, these star sprites seem to be resisting me. Resisting? Rebecca was stunned. It feels like... resisting. Rebecca listened to Wu Yan seriously and lowered her head to ponder. Star sprites are essential to living beings. They are essential to maintain life. Humans have abundant star sprites. That's why they can sign a contract with dragons whose star sprites are not self-sufficient. They provide the dragons with star sprites and obtain the ability to control dragons. Dragons also need star essence to survive. Although their star essence can't be self-sufficient, it can still accommodate the star essence of us humans and survive. I've never heard of star essence being able to resist living beings. Actually, you can't say that they're resisting. Wu Yin held up the star sprites around him. He watched as some of them disappeared and some fused into his body. Confusion flashed through his eyes. I shouldn't say that the star sprites are resisting me. I should say that something above that is resisting me. Something above that. This time, Leibeke didn't know what to make of it. Wu Yin smiled helplessly. Forget it, I don't know how to explain it either. Just think of it as some sort of mutation happening to these star essences and they're following me, but it's not me who's attracting these star essences. Is that so? I understand. Leibeke didn't understand Wu Yan's words, but she still remembered them. She adjusted her mood and asked, "Then what do you plan to do next?" "Me?" Wu Yan scratched his head and shrugged. "I don't know, but I can't cause you any trouble. This is the academy, the dormitory. I'm not a student, so I can't stay here forever." "I can't say that I can't stay here forever," Leibeke said confidently. "If you're a dragon cultivator, I can use the convenience of my position to help you apply for admission. You don't look that old anyway." Leibeke sized up Wu Yan. "But you don't seem to have a star carving on you. You're not a dragon cultivator, right?" Wu Yan fell silent when he heard this. Wu Yan learned what a star carving was from the system. It was the symbol of a dragon cultivator. It was a contract carving that was left on one's body when one was chosen by the mother of dragons and placed in a young dragon. Through the star carving, dragons could replenish their star essence from the dragon cultivator. The dragon cultivator could also use the star carving to obtain all sorts of convenient abilities related to dragons. Now that he had the star carving, he had proven that he was a rare dragon cultivator. This is a world where the main theme is the interaction between humans and dragons. Therefore, if Wu Yan is a dragon breeder, it would be much easier for him to do a lot of things. At the very least, he can use the excuse of being a dragon breeder to get away with it when using some special abilities. It wasn't that Wu Yan didn't have dragons. They weren't real dragons, but 2 of the 5 familiars in his body, the white dragon Scorching Flame and the black dragon Lightning Trap, happened to be in the form of dragons. Although it would definitely be a little special compared to a real Western dragon, it would definitely work if the black and white dragons were used to bluff their way through. As for the star carving, his arm would be covered in red veins when he summoned familiars. It should work if he used that, right? Since he had nowhere else to go, he might as well use the Ansari Dragon Academy as a base instead of running around in this unfamiliar world. With Leibeke there, it should more or less solve some of his problems. Wu Yan grinned at Leibeke and he said in a bashful manner, I don't really understand, but if you're talking about dragons, I do have." "You have dragons?" Leibeke was stunned, her green eyes filled with questions. "But you don't have a star carving, right?" "My star carving is a bit special," Wu Yan explained, "because it looks too strange. I use some methods to hide it." "Is that so?" Leibeke still didn't understand. "If that's the case, can you let me see your star carving?" "All right." Wu Yan raised his hand and secretly channeled strands of mana. "I hope you won't be scared." Wu Yan's hand was covered by the red veins and it quickly turned black. This. Leibeke couldn't help but take a step back when she saw Wu Yan's sinister-looking black arm. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. "This is your star carving?" "Yes." Wu Yan withdrew his mana and returned his hand to normal. "Isn't this star carving a bit too strange?" Even Leibeke couldn't help but give such an evaluation. Even the hand turns black. "I've never even heard of a star carving like this, let alone seen one. That's why I hid it." Wu Yan looked helpless. Leibeke smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Since you're a dragon cultivator, things will be easier. I'll arrange for your enrollment." "Sorry to trouble you." "No, I have something I need to look for clues from you. It's also beneficial for me to have you stay." Leibeke blinked mischievously. Then she seemed to have thought of something. She stood up, pondered for a moment and smiled. "But since you plan to stay, it won't do if you don't have a name." "Roland." Leibeke raised her head with an elegant expression on her face. "From today onwards you'll be called Roan." Chapter 1272. After that, Leibeke asked Wu Yan all sorts of questions in an attempt to make him remember something. For example, why would Wu Yan's star carving be in such a special form? What was the name of the fall he was riding? What level of dragon was it? Where was it currently placed? Something like that? The dragon breeders named the dragons that had been placed in their bodies by the mother of dragons during the infant ritual but had become independent after birth as fall. Every fall of the dragon nurturer had a name unique to them, and each of them had their own racial form as their first form. For example, the winged dragons that could fly in the sky, the water dragons that excelled in water, the earth dragons that excelled on land. And when the dragon nurturer fall matured from the form of a pterosaur, water dragon, or earth dragon and evolved into a holy dragon, its master would be known as a dragon knight and receive the title of dragon knight. They would also be able to obtain a silver pocket watch from the king of the kingdom of knights of Lorimon to prove their identity as a dragon knight. Thus, becoming a dragon knight was basically the goal of every dragon cultivator from the beginning. Above the dragon knight, there was an even higher level, the holy sky dragon knight. Speaking of the holy sky dragon knight, one had to mention a special type of magical equipment in this world, the holy knight armor. It was something that the dragons that evolved into holy dragons used their own magical power to create for their master. It was an armor and weapon that possessed great power and power. The holy dragons used their magical power to create the holy knight armor and offered it to their master. It represented that they were offering their entire being to their master. It was a symbol of complete obedience to their master. It was also a symbol of the holy dragons swearing loyalty to their master. And when his fall offered the holy knight armor he created to his master would receive the title of Saint Dragon Knight, and become one of the noblest existences in Lorimon's knighthood. Even the most powerful knight order in Lorimon, the Holy Dragon Knights of Lorimon, only had about 10% of its members. They had the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Thus, the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight wasn't just a symbol of power, it was also a symbol of transcendence and status. In the knighthood of Lorimon, those who obtained the title of Saint Sky Dragon Knight had the same status as nobles. At this point, the title of Holy Sky Dragon Knight could be obtained. Because he could use the magic attached to the Holy Knight's armor, and the inherent magic equipment, he could fight even without riding a dragon. Other than the Saint Sky Dragon Knights, even the Dragon Knights had to ride a dragon to unleash their power. And Leibeka. He was a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. After learning this fact from Leibeka, Wu Yen was speechless. He had just arrived in this world and he had already encountered the greatest disaster in history. The first person he had met was the existence with the highest reputation in this world, looks to the Dragon Emperor to Lorimon the world. In the end, Leibeka answered many of Wu Yan's questions. She also wanted to ask Wu Yan some questions. Wu Yan didn't answer a single one of her questions. She couldn't help but feel helpless when she left. However, Leibeka seemed to have made up her mind. She wanted to find clues from Wu Yan about why the star essence went berserk. This made Wu Yan feel helpless as well. Forget it, let it be. Seeing Leibeka leave the dorm, Wu Yan laid on his bed with such negative thoughts. His eyes flashed with contemplation. From Leibeka's words, Wu Yan learned about the existence of the Holy Knight armor. It was a magic equipment that could transform a person into a transcendent being. It sounded similar to the display device used in individual battles, the CR unit. Indeed, whether it was the CR unit or the Holy Knight's armor, both of them allowed normal people to possess superhuman strength. However, the difference was that while the CR unit used technology to create magic, the Paladin armor allowed the wearer to carry magic to provide the inherent magic equipment and increase the wearer's strength. Thus, the wearer would be transformed. For Wu Yan, CR unit is as good as nothing. Up until now, he has never seen a CR unit that could boost a magician's power to Wu Yan's level. However, the Holy Knight armor was different. It's not like the Paladin armor can grant you the power to fight Wu Yan. Instead, it meant that Wu Yan, who already had a large amount of mana, could be equipped with the Holy Knight armor created by the Holy Dragons. He would definitely be strengthened in all aspects. Unfortunately, Wu Yan wasn't a true dragon breeder. He didn't think that there was a dragon with enough mana to create a Holy Knight armor that could strengthen even himself. It was just empty talk. If Wu Yan didn't have a system. Wu Yan closed his eyes and spoke in his mind. Is there a piece of equipment similar to the Holy Knight armor that can increase my overall strength? Yes. The system answered straightforwardly. But the system does not recommend the user to use it. Wu Yan, who had been overjoyed by the system's answer, frowned as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. What? Of course, there is an equipment like the Holy Knight's armor in the star-carving Dragon Knight world in the system, but the Holy Knight's armor in this world is also the most suitable equipment for its owner that the Holy Dragon created using magic power according to its owner's body. However, the same equipment in the system may not necessarily be suitable for the user. Even if there is an enhancement, the data will not be improved much. System, I remember that you've modified my equipment before, right? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Our souls are connected. No one is more familiar with my physical attributes than you. If I asked you to create such an equipment for me like the holy dragons, would you be able to do it? The system's voice sank slightly, as if it was a precise instrument calculating something. Then it gave an answer. The system has obtained the user's physical attributes. According to the user's request, the probability of creating the equipment that is most suitable for the user and can increase the user's strength in all aspects is 100%. In other words, Wu Yan's lips curled into a grin. Halfway through his grin, the system notified him and he froze on the spot. According to the user's request, creating the equipment that can increase the user's strength in all aspects. After calculation, the required values are as follows. D-grade equipment requires 1,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. C-grade equipment requires 10,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. B-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. A grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. S-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. Please make your choice. Wu Yan was speechless. Wu Yan silently opened his system list. Character: Wu Yan equipment points, 1100 item points, 5000 ability points, 1000 summoning points, 1000 level, 85. Looking at the displayed points, Wu Yan was silent once again. After a long time he sighed faintly. The system is messing with me. None of his points had exceeded 4 digits. Among them he originally only had 300 points. However, before Wu Yan left the Battle of the Appointment, he took out some items from the Ring of Gold and made Yujuya, Shixian, Meijio, and Kitsune Origami his summons. Only then did the remaining points increase to 4 digits. Looks like I have to use all my cards again. Wu Yan took out the Ring of Gold and looked at the items in it. He gritted his teeth. If that's the case, I might as well go all out this time. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan handed over all the treasures in the Ring of Gold except for the 5 demigod magic crystals to the system. Ding. Obtained 1020,000 equipment points. Ding. Obtained 1150,000 item points. Ding. Obtained 1010,000 ability points. Ding. Obtained 40,000 summoning points. Following the system notification, Wu Yan only had 5 demigod magic crystals left in the Ring of Gold. However, Wu Yan did not feel the pinch at all. Because. System. Wu Yan shouted in high spirits. Forge an A-grade equipment. Chapter 1273. The weather was clear and the sky was blue. The cloudless sky was as clear as jade. The sunlight was like water, but it was dazzling. It was still early in the morning. The thick chill brought by the dawn that had just left not long ago was still floating in the air, giving people the urge to turn around and crawl into their beds. However, today the students in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy still woke up early and began to tidy themselves up in preparation for the upcoming opening ceremony. That's right. Today was the first day of the new semester of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Above the majestic building, pterosaurs with wings weaved into a team, carrying their owners across the sky in an elegant trajectory and landing on the academy's field. The ones running back and forth, causing the earth to tremble, were the earth dragons with towering horns. In the entire academy, traces of humans and dragons could be seen almost everywhere. It was very dreamy. On this bustling morning of the new semester, one of the dormitories of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the male dormitory of the Apollo Dormitory, was in a commotion. Many students who had just woken up and were preparing to take care of themselves received some news. They came to the hallway with a doubtful expression. When they looked to the middle of the hallway, they were all stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. In the middle of the hallway, an extremely beautiful girl with a voluptuous body wearing the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's uniform and long fiery red hair that reached her waist was walking forward with graceful steps. She maintained a smile on her face as she walked forward. Seeing the unnatural beauty of the girl, the male students of the Apollo dormitory were all dumbstruck. After they reacted. Suddenly, a burst of cheers rang out from the entire dormitory. Isn't that President Lebeka? It's really the president. The president. The president came to the male dormitory. Is this for real? As the president of the student council of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, as well as a Holy Sky Dragon Knight with a status comparable to nobles, Lebecca's reputation and popularity were unimaginable. Without any trace of politeness. Lebecca's reputation, popularity, and even power. It was not surprising to say that it was bigger than the mayor of Ansari, where the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was located. In addition to Lebecca's undeniable beauty, in the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, there was no one who could suppress her beauty. Without a doubt, he was the idol of all the students, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. The goddess of their dreams had actually come to the boys' dormitory. Just her action alone was enough to make the boys of Apollo's dormitory hold their heads in their hands, blissfully confused. Walking along the corridor, Lebecca looked around at the perverted looks of the surrounding boys as well as the cheers and shouts of support that shook the entire building. She maintained a smile on her face, but she was feeling a little impatient on the inside. Although Lebecca was more or less used to this kind of scene, after seeing the obvious contrast with Wu Yan's performance yesterday, the impatience that she had not felt for a long time surged into her heart without any warning. She quickened her steps and walked toward Wu Yan's room. As Lebecca was the one who arranged Wu Yan's room using her authority, she was naturally the most familiar with it. After quickly arriving, she pushed open the door without any trace of politeness and walked in. Then she quickly closed the door, leaving behind a group of stupefied boys looking at each other. President Lebecca actually entered a boy's room. This can't be real. Who? Can someone tell me who's in that room? I'm so envious. Could it be, the president has already? No, this can't be real. I don't believe it. Thus, in the blink of an eye, another commotion occurred in Apollo's dormitory. He's wearing a light black shirt and a pair of trousers of the same color. He's also wearing a sleeveless white coat with a high collar and a yellow tie. Wu Yan stood there awkwardly while sizing himself up. For a moment, he couldn't come up with a good explanation for what he's doing. On the other hand, Lebecca, who just entered the room, gave Wu Yan a serious look. She praised Wu Yan and she gave him this evaluation. Not bad. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged disapprovingly. I feel like a waiter in a restaurant. This uniform is a little uncomfortable. After saying that, Wu Yan turned around to look at Lebecca. His eyes lit up slightly. Lebecca's uniform was the same color as Wu Yan's, just that it was a woman's uniform. She was wearing a light black dress with an extremely short hem that only covered the area below her knees. Her coat was a white coat that looked like a tuxedo, but it was hollow in the front, allowing people to clearly see Lebecca's majestic bosom wrapped in the dress. Long boots, pantyhose, red tie, and white gloves. Even if it was just the Academy's uniform, it still revealed an extremely noble temperament. It would instantly steal the attention of those who saw it at first glance, as if there was a radiance around him. Seeing Lebecca like this, Wu Yan couldn't help but say, "Does the dean of this academy have a preference for girls? Why do the boys' uniforms look like waiters and the girls' uniforms look like princesses?" Hearing this, Lebecca couldn't help but chuckle. Complaining about the dean on the first day of school, you're the first. Others can't even get into this academy. Ma, I am just speaking the truth. Wu Yan sighed as he tugged at his uniform. He looked at Lebecca. But is this really okay? What? Let me in. Seeing Lebecca's confused expression, Wu Yan crossed his arms and smacked his lips. I heard that only by obediently finishing 3 years of basic classes and passing the exam can one be promoted to advanced classes. Lebecca, I seem to be in the first year of advanced classes, right? Is this okay? So you've already heard. Lebecca suddenly understood. Her noble smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Indeed, when I went to explain to the academy yesterday, there was a strong objection. Strong objection? Wu Yan glanced at Lebecca's unchanging smile and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Looking at you, I feel like we should be on good terms. Well, it was a good discussion. Lebecca winked mischievously. Because I told them that you are an excellent student who is at least at the level of Dragon Knight. Wu Yan was surprised. You're not joking, are you? Lebecca puffed out her chest. Do I look like I'm joking to you? You do. Very much so. You're joking. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain and sigh. If my fall isn't a divine dragon, then you'll be treated as a liar. That would be a huge mistake. Then tell me now. Lebecca walked up to Wu Yan and put her hands on her hips. She lowered her body and asked meaningfully, "Is your fall a holy dragon?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance as he looked at the breathtaking face that was so close to him. He pressed a finger against Rebecca's forehead and pushed her away. "You want to know? You'll know in the future." How heartless. Rebecca grumbled when she saw Wu Yan pushing her away. She had a bright smile on her face. She's in a good mood. The two of them had only met yesterday, but they spoke as if they had been good friends for many years. There was no sense of unfamiliarity. Rebecca found it unbelievable. However, she had to admit that she could feel relaxed talking to Wu Yan. This feeling lifted her mood. However, when she glanced at the back of Wu Yan's right hand, the scene that entered her eyes made her tense and surprised. That's star engraving? On the back of Wu Yan's right hand, there's a mark carved into it. It was the size of a palm. There was a dragon head on the inside and a white engraving with a ring on the outside. "You're talking about this?" Wu Yan raised his right hand and casually explained, "This is just a smokescreen. After all, my star engraving is not suitable to appear in front of others." Rebecca finally revealed a relieved expression. However, she did not notice that a strange light flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. Chapter 1274. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In a first-year classroom of an advanced class, Wu Yan sighed in his heart under the heavy gazes of the people who were about to become his classmates. He introduced himself expressionlessly. "Luoang? Randall, I will be learning with everyone in this classroom. Please give me your guidance." The opening words of his self-introduction gently fell, but it did not attract any applause from anyone. Instead, it caused the entire place to descend into an absurd heavy feeling. Numerous gazes that carried a strong sense of scrutiny and numerous whispers resounded in this space. "That's him, right?" "Yes. Yes. Rumor has it that the cheating student who didn't go through the basic course and got in through the back door." "Luoang? I've never heard of that name before." "He said he's called Luoang? Randall, that Randall, could it be the Randall family?" Isn't that President Rebecca's family?" Listening to the whispers coming from the trapezoidal-shaped audience seats and the content of the whispers, even though he already expected this, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed again and again. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was the dragon-raising academy of the Night Kingdom of Loriaman. It specialized in cultivating dragon cultivators. Its threshold was high, its reputation was great, and its status was something that even the capital of the Night Kingdom did not have. In order to study in such a prestigious academy, apart from being a dragon cultivator, one had to have a reasonable identity. Otherwise, who would know whether or not the newcomer had bad intentions? However, Wu Yan did not have any identity in this world. He had also lost his memory when he explained to Rebecca. Under such circumstances, Rebecca gave Wu Yan a reasonable identity. Exclusive to Rebecca? Randall's guard. Therefore, Wu Yan was not only given the name Luoang by Rebecca, but also the surname of Rebecca's family. It was as if he was taken in or married into the family. This wasn't a big deal. After all, there were many nobles in this world. It was not strange for a noble disciple to have a guard. It was not enough for Wu Yan to attract so much attention. Unfortunately, the person he was guarding was not someone else. It was the student council president who was very popular. In addition to the rumors of him getting in through the back door, Wu Yan became the most eye-catching existence on the first day of the new semester. Of course, this attention was more focused on the bad than the good. Thinking about this, Wu Yan could not help but reach out and touch the star carving on the back of his right hand. If it was not for this fake star carving, Wu Yan would be even more eye-catching. His explanation to Rebecca was that the star carving was just a smokescreen. However, it wasn't completely useless. Wu Yan had to think long and hard before engraving the seal on the star. Yes, it was a seal. It sealed all the power in Wu Yan's body. In other words, Wu Yan had no mana, no superpowers. He could not even open the gate of Babylon. These superpowers were all sealed into the star carving on Wu Yan's hand. It was not that Wu Yan wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he realized that if he did not seal his power, the star essence that had been circling around him since he woke up would continue to follow him. The star essence that should only exist in the body of a living being, invisible to the naked eye, constantly circled around him. Was that not eye-catching enough? According to the system's explanation, this is a side effect of Wu Yan surviving the explosion of the star goblins. It didn't affect him in any way, but the aura he exuded made it easy for him to attract the star goblins, turning him into a star goblin's magnet, attracting the star goblins around him and causing them to move around him in a way that defies common sense. If Wu Yen sealed his powers and turned into a normal person, the star essence's aura would disappear and disappear by itself. Although star essences could not be seen with the naked eye, once the amount of star essences reached a certain level, dragon cultivators with star carvings could be seen with the naked eye. Lebeka was a living example. Yesterday the star essences went berserk. Today there was a person surrounded by star essences that defied common sense. Anyone would think that there was something wrong with Wu Yen. Helpless, Wu Yen could only carve a seal to seal the power in his body. In any case, he was the one who set the seal. He could remove it whenever he wanted. It would not affect him. Moreover, even without mana or superpowers, Wu Yen still had the peerless skill of infinite martial refinement and the physical strength of the true ancestor body. The combination of the two would allow Wu Yen to reach level 70 rank 8. This had already surpassed the strength of ordinary dragons, and even the majority of holy dragons. Even Lebeka was only at the 8th step after equipping the holy knight armor, and the holy dragon she rode was only slightly stronger than Lebeka herself. With his current strength, Wu Yen could deal with many situations and save himself a lot of trouble. He could focus on his own dungeon missions. Everyone please be quiet. Seeing that the whispers in the classroom were becoming more and more intense, the teacher hurriedly spoke out to stop them. The new semester has begun. Everyone who has finished the basic course will receive 3 years of advanced courses. I hope that everyone can help each other and improve together. One day you will become an outstanding dragon knight. The sensei tilted his head and looked at Wu Yen. Student Lun, find an empty seat and sit down. Let's start the class. Wu Yen regained his senses and nodded. Just as he was about to walk up the stairs to his seat, he felt a sharp glare directed at him. His footsteps paused for a moment before he put his foot down without anyone noticing. As he walked to his seat, he vaguely looked at the source of the gaze. The next moment, Wu Yen met a pair of blue eyes and saw the person's full appearance. It was a beautiful girl whose looks were not inferior to Lebeka's. Her slender golden hair shone with a dazzling brilliance under the beret. Her fair skin and her blue eyes that were like an eternally frozen glacier reflected a seductive luster, as if that was the only color left in the world. However, not only did the owner of those eyes have a cold expression, the gaze she looked at Wu Yen with was filled with all sorts of indescribable emotions. It seemed like contempt, indifference, indignation, anger. To be honest, Wu Yen could not remember how he offended her to attract such a gaze. Although there was no hostility in that gaze, it was definitely not friendly either. It was as if she did not agree with him. No, she did not agree with him. Lightly frowning, he retracted his gaze and moved to the last row of seats. He sat at the edge of the corner. Only then did the blonde girl retract her gaze and look away from him. This also confirmed his suspicions that the girl didn't really have a grudge against him. Then what did that sharp gaze mean? Wu Yen did not understand. Hello? At this moment, a male voice sounded from the side, waking Wu Yen from his thoughts. Turning his head to look beside him, he found out that his desk mate is a pretty boy with blonde hair. Blinking, Wu Yen looked around. When he made sure there was no one else around, he pointed at his nose and asked in confusion. Are you talking to me? Other than you, there is no one else here. The handsome boy laughed heartily. My name is Raymond. Raymond? Cakerland. Oh. Wu Yen nodded at the boy who called himself Raymond with a slightly surprised expression. Roan? Randall. Hello. Roan. Raymond called Wu Yen by his name in this world. He lowered his voice and he asked Wu Yen in a sneaky manner. That Randall, is he really the same Randall that President Lebeka mentioned? Raymond's words sounded a bit strange, but Wu Yen understood what he meant. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Yes, I am President Lebeka's bodyguard. President Lebeka's bodyguard? Raymond widened his eyes. Just when Wu Yen thought he was going to show a surprised expression, Raymond's face turned into a pig's face that ruined his image. To be President Lebeka's bodyguard, what an enviable fellow. Wu Yen thought Wu Yen was right. Chapter 1275. Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy didn't have a long teaching time. Although basic knowledge was equally important, and the teachers of Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy didn't look down on basic knowledge courses, people would still subconsciously focus on actual combat compared to the knowledge in books. After all, dragon cultivators didn't need to be knowledgeable. Every dragon cultivator wanted to become a dragon knight, or even a Saint Sky Dragon Knight with a high status, so that they could possess great power in the future. Every dragon cultivator studied in the Ansari Academy, hoping to become a dragon knight or even a Saint Sky Dragon Knight with a high status. By that time, even if they didn't want to, they would still have a good status and power, becoming one of the top existences in Loriaman's knighthood. Therefore, the new semester had just begun, so there wasn't much time to sit in the classroom and listen to the class. When the bell rang, the teacher left this sentence. The next class is about the training of dragon riding combat. After 30 minutes, please gather at the training ground. Above. To put it bluntly, the so-called dragon riding combat technique was actually the technique of riding a dragon in battle. The wisdom of a dragon was actually not lower than that of a human. Or rather, the dragon could create all kinds of Saint Knight armors. Its wisdom was even higher than most people. However, dragons were too straightforward and didn't know how to turn. Therefore, when riding a dragon, it was usually the dragon cultivator who gave the order to fight, maximizing the dragon's combat power. For example, two dragons of equal strength, because of their different masters, could suppress the other dragon. It wasn't rare. Therefore, actual combat training similar to dragon riding combat had always been the most important in Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy. After the lesson in the classroom was over, the students began to tidy up their books. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, preparing to head to the changing room to change into their dragon riding attire. Then they would go to the training ground to practice dragon riding combat. Wu Yan was also quite interested in the battles between dragons in this world, so he also tidied up his books and casually threw them on the table, ready to ask someone for directions. Going to the training ground. But before Wu Yan stood up, a familiar voice called out to him. Roland. He saw Raymond, who had disappeared after class, dragging a young man with short brown hair towards him. He immediately pushed the young man in front of him and flicked his hair. Without giving Wu Yan a chance to react, he quickly introduced his companions to him. He's my friend. We used to go to the same basic class and dorm. Hello. The young man did not seem to be here voluntarily. There was an awkward expression on his face, but he still nodded at Wu Yan and introduced himself. My name is Yashur. Yashur? What? Hello. Wu Yan was about to nod his head when he saw his new desk mate introducing him to a new friend. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his gaze quickly swept over the self-proclaimed secondary cultivator. Blake's left hand was on the teenager's left hand. The hand that came into view was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If there was anything special about it, it would be that Wu Yan could faintly see that there seemed to be a bandage wrapped around the wrist. However, it was an ordinary hand, but Wu Yan sensed something unusual from it. No, to be more precise, it was the blood in his body that sensed something unusual. It was the blood of a true ancestor. It was slightly restless. It was just like when he first saw the ancient city of the fourth true ancestor and the black light that could turn people into monsters, the agitation that came from his bloodline and life form. However, compared to the ancient city and the strange black light that was also a true ancestor, this restlessness was undoubtedly a little smaller. On the other hand, Yashur frowned when he saw Wu Yan looking at his left hand without saying a word. Does this newcomer know about my star carving too? Yashur involuntarily covered his left hand with his right hand, covering it behind his back. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Something's wrong. He looked at Yashur again with a smile. Hello, I'm Roland. I know. Perhaps due to Wu Yan's actions, Yashur's reply wasn't friendly. You introduced yourself on the podium earlier. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell into an awkward silence. Aha. Raymond jumped out like a clown trying to change the topic to Wu Yan. Speaking of which, it's strange. It's the beginning of the new semester. Why do you have to introduce yourself on the podium? The teacher said the class has already been filled. Since I joined later, it's best for me to introduce myself on the podium, Wu Yan explained. Besides, since I didn't attend the basic classes, I'm not familiar with the new advanced classes. It's good for me to introduce myself. That's true? Raymond nodded and looked at Wu Yan curiously. Speaking of which, how did you get in without attending the basic classes? I don't believe it's possible to get in through the back door. There must be a reason for the academy to agree. Yashio also looked at Wu Yan. It seems like he has the same question as Wu Yan. Well, how should I put this? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He didn't know how to explain this to her. Roland. While Wu Yan was at his wit's end, a familiar voice came from the door. Compared to Raymond, this voice was much sweeter. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Lebecca walked into the classroom with her fiery red hair. She stood close to the door and she smiled sweetly at Wu Yan. Looking at that breathtakingly beautiful smile, everyone in the classroom, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, was attracted by that overwhelming sense of presence, and there was complete silence. Rebecca. Wu Yin looked at her in surprise. Roland. Rebecca waved her hand. Come out, I have something to say to you. Instantly, all the students in the classroom looked at Wu Yin. Their eyes were filled with all sorts of emotions. Among them, the most common one is envy. Ugh. Wu Yin bitterly smiled as he stood up. He told Raymond and Yashur about it. Sorry, I have to leave for a moment. Yashur, Raymond, and the rest of the class were stunned. Wu Yin ran to the door and grabbed Rebecca's hand. He ignored her shocked expression and slipped out of the room. He held President Rebecca's hand. All of the students present maintained a dull expression on their faces as if they were broken puppets. Their mouths opened and closed, unable to react. Among them, Raymond even knelt on the ground in a dispirited posture, groaning out loud. Newbies. I hate them the most. Rebecca, you're making me wonder if you're doing this on purpose. Wu Yin let go of Rebecca's hand when they arrived at a deserted corridor. He crossed his arms and looked at her in annoyance. It's not like you don't know how popular you are. Why did you come to the classroom to call me? Do you want me to be drowned by a bunch of dragon cultivators? Rebecca stood in front of Wu Yin and stared blankly at her hand that was held by Wu Yin. She looked as if her soul had left her body. She didn't hear what Wu Yin said. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. Say, Rebecca, did you hear what I said? Ah. Rebecca cried out as if she was frightened. She then saw Wu Yan's shocked expression. A blush of embarrassment appeared on Rebecca's face. She coughed, her expression unnatural. What did you say? If the students in the Ansari Academy who were familiar with Rebecca were to see the gentle, virtuous, noble and approachable student council president in such a state, their jaws would probably drop off from shock. Of course, Wu Yin, who wasn't familiar with Rebecca, didn't notice anything. He sighed helplessly and waved his hand disinterestedly. Forget it. That's not important. What's important is that you came to me personally. Do you have something important to say? That's right. Rebecca finally remembered why she came to see Wu Yin. She immediately became serious. I came to see you this time mainly to tell you two things. Chapter 1276. Two things? Wu Yin was taken aback, his face filled with innocence. So there really is something important? Upon hearing this, Rebecca's serious expression collapsed and she also became annoyed. Do you think I'm making fun of you? Ahaha. Wu Yin chuckled and he mumbled to himself. Am I wrong? You. Rebecca was annoyed at first, but she soon smiled naturally. However, Wu Yin felt a sense of danger from that smile. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Seeing Rebecca's smile that contained a dangerous aura, Wu Yin couldn't help but turn his head away. He inwardly muttered, black-bellied. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's get down to business. Rebecca smiled bitterly and followed Wu Yan's example. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. However, when she did this, it only served to accentuate her huge boobs. Wu Yin almost lost his composure when he saw this. On the other hand, Rebecca, who didn't realize how seductive her actions were, made such a shocking declaration. First, I plan to let you join the student council. Wu Yin was almost thrown off his feet by this sudden decision. He had a surprised look on his face. No way. Why not? Compared to Wu Yan's stunned expression, Rebecca looked very calm. Rebecca looked very natural. Since I'm the president of the student council, then you, my bodyguard, will have to join the council as well. Wu Yin shrugged helplessly. He almost forgot about this. Well, I don't mind. As long as you're not afraid of being affected. Rumors of Wu Yin getting in through the back door had spread throughout the academy. It made Wu Yin the focus of the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Under such circumstances, a student who got in through the back door could still be accepted into the student council. There would be a lot of controversy. It might even affect the image of the student council in the academy and Rebecca's image. After all, the perfect president of the student council actually got her bodyguard in through the back door and was even accepted into the student council. People would more or less speculate about it. You don't have to worry about that. She seemed to know what Wu Yin meant. Rebecca nodded nonchalantly. Rumors are just rumors in the end. As long as you show the strength you should have. No one will dare to gossip then. That's why I want to ask you, where did you get the confidence that my strength will be recognized by everyone? Wu Yin rolled his eyes. You've never seen my strength. You've never even seen my fall before. Could it be that my strength is not ordinary just because there are some unusual phenomena around me? Well, if I have to say, it's just intuition. Lebecca smiled faintly and gave an answer that didn't match her shrewd appearance. Intuition. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead like he had a headache and sighed. Women. Without me, you'd be sleeping on the streets right now. Lebecca glanced at Wu Yen. Besides, we'll soon know if you're strong or not. Wu Yen flinched when he heard this. What? That's the second thing I want to talk about. Lebecca sighed and looked straight at Wu Yen. Next, your class should be the actual combat of dragon riding combat technique, right? Is there a problem? A little. Lebecca frowned. It's because when I first proposed for you to enter the academy, I relied on the fact that you're a dragon knight, to gain their approval. However, the teachers in the academy don't seem to believe it at all. Therefore, you may encounter some trouble in the dragon riding combat skill combat later. Trouble? Wu Yen rubbed the bridge of his nose and he shrugged. In other words, in order to test if I am a real dragon rider, there will be people who want to duel me in the dragon riding combat technique class later? You can't really call it a fight. Lebecca corrected him. However, the instructor will definitely let you show off your skills. By then, as soon as you summon your fall, they will know whether or not you are a real dragon knight. In order to obtain the title of dragon knight, a dragon cultivator had to let his fall grow into a holy dragon. In other words, if fall was a holy dragon, its master would be a dragon knight. At this point, Lebecca looked at Wu Yen in confusion. Speaking of which, where is your fall, exactly? Aren't you going to summon it to the dragon house? The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had a dragon house dedicated to taking care of students like Fall, and the conditions were excellent. Therefore, even if Fall grew into a holy dragon and could be summoned at any time through the star carving, many people would choose to leave their Fall in the dragon house. At the very least, 4 of the 5 holy dragons in the academy were like that. Lebecca was no exception. Of course, Lebecca didn't know that Wu Yan's dragon could be raised directly in his body and didn't need to be fed or taken care of. Wu Yan wouldn't tell her about such a bizarre thing, so he gave her a half-hearted smile. Girls who are too curious will get themselves into trouble. Oh? Is that so? Lebecca raised an eyebrow and said provocatively. Then I'm looking forward to it. In one of the training grounds of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the first-year students of the advanced class who were preparing for the dragon riding combat course pulled the reins of their fall and stood in 2 rows on the field. At this moment, the group of students had all changed into dragon riding outfits that were similar to battle suits. They looked valiant and formidable. The girls added safety pants under their skirts, and the boys also put on a black coat that looked like a windbreaker. Just on the surface, the boys' dragon riding outfits were countless times more handsome than the uniforms. At the front of the 2 rows of rows, the instructor in charge of the dragon riding combat technique stood at the head of the row, sweeping his fierce gaze across the entire field. First of all, I must tell everyone that the dragon riding combat technique without using any weapons is the foundation of all dragon riding skills. If you train with a playful attitude, you will definitely pay a price when you learn higher-level dragon riding skills in the future. Therefore, in the upcoming dragon riding combat technique practical course, I hope that everyone will be cautious and follow my instructions seriously. Wu Yen, Yashur, and Raymond stood side by side on the other side of the row of humans and dragons. They listened to the instructor's words and chatted softly. Rune, why didn't you bring your fall here? Raymond held the reins of his fall, rigid, and looked at the silent Wu Yen in surprise. It's fine if Yashur doesn't have a fall, but you don't have one either? Yashur doesn't have a fall? Wu Yen didn't answer Raymond's question. Instead, he looked at the gloomy Yashur in confusion. Yashur, you don't have a fall? How can I not have one? Yashur retorted without hesitation and his voice weakened. It's just that it's not born yet. It's not born yet? Wu Yen didn't feel relieved after hearing Yasha's explanation. Instead, he looked even more confused. Isn't Par of the Dragon Nurturer usually born in the first year of the basic course? Who am I supposed to ask? Yashur pursed his lips in annoyance. Raymond smiled bitterly. Roland, Yashur is an exception. His fall has never been born. It's already one of the big events among the 7 unbelievable events in the academy. Everyone wants to know the reason. When Raymond reached this point, he even shrugged. However, that won't affect Yashur's lessons. He can ride on anyone's fall. A fall that can be ridden by anyone? Wu Yen didn't know what to say. Isn't everyone's fall only allowed to be ridden by their own master? That's why our genius dragon tamer, Yashur, is an exception. Raymond chuckled. This is also one of the 7 great unimaginable events of the Academy. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. He looked at Yashur and said, I didn't think you'd be so good. It was Yashur's turn to smile bitterly. Chapter 1277. While Wu Yan, Yashu, and Raymond were chatting happily in private, the instructor finished his speech and warning. Also, when you're in combat, remember to never let your fall come into direct contact with a dragon other than your practice opponent. That's extremely dangerous. The instructor reminded them patiently. If something happens, you might even be punished by the school rules. That's why you must pay attention to your surroundings when you're training. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The instructor was satisfied when he heard the students' resounding responses. Then he seemed to think of something and his gaze landed on Wu Yan. He pretended to cough and speak. Rune? Randall, where's your fall? Yes. Following the instructor's voice, the whole place went silent. All the students looked at Wu Yan with inquisitive eyes. Clearly, all the students present wanted to see what this cheating student Par was like. They wanted to see his strength even more. On the surface they didn't say much, but in the hearts of these students, they must be somewhat unconvinced, right? They were dissatisfied with Wu Yan's ability to skip the basic classes and enter the advanced classes. It wasn't just the students. Even the teachers and instructors didn't approve of Wu Yan. However, compared to the students, the teachers and instructors knew that Wu Yan was a dragon knight and that fall was a holy dragon. Thus, even if they didn't approve of him, as long as Wu Yan could show them the strength they approved of, it didn't matter if he got in through the back door. They might be able to accept it. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding students and instructors, Wu Yan thought to himself, Lebecca was right. He looked around at everyone and rolled his eyes. An imperceptible smile appeared on his face as if he had an idea. Instructor. As if he's asking a question, Wu Yan raised his hand with a half-smile on his face. He asked with a smirk. I'm sorry. Because I'm new here, I didn't know that I need to bring my own fall to practice the dragon riding combat skill. Hearing this, the surrounding students immediately cried out in shock. Even the instructor felt as if he had been fooled and frowned. Since this is combat training, you must bring your fall with you. You'll have to bring your own fall with you. Do I have to remind you of that? The rest of the students also looked at Wu Yan with contempt. Among them, the blonde girl who used to look at Wu Yan with a cold expression. Her blue eyes are filled with a chill that can pierce one's nerves. Is that so? However, Wu Yan ignored all of this. He asked curiously, then why can Yasha not bring his fall? In an instant, the entire place was silent. Roan. Raymond looked at Wu Yan in shock. Perhaps he felt like Wu Yan was poking at Yasha's sore spot. Yasha clenched his fists. He felt bad. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't deny his fall. The fact that she was still sleeping in his body? According to the rule of the knighthood of Lorimon, children who had reached the age of 7 had to go to a Bayan forest for the youngling ritual after a month. Yasha was the same. Ever since he was chosen as a dragon breeder when he was 7, the dragon breeder in Yasha's body hadn't changed at all. It was an eternal pain in Yasha's heart. After all, to the students of Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, awakening the infant that was lodging in their bodies was the most basic duty of a dragon cultivator. It was normal. A dragon breeder's dragon breeder would be born in the first year of the basic course. They would then have their own fall. Yasha was the only exception. He was still in his dragon breeder state. To put it bluntly, Yasha didn't even have the right to have his fall. He was just a dragon breeder who hadn't even been born yet. If it had been anyone else, they might have already repeated a year because of this incident and not be able to advance to the advanced class. However, Yaksu had the title of Genius Dragon Tamer, and could ride other people's fall. That was how he passed the combat test and advanced to the advanced class. Everyone in Ansari Academy knew about this. Therefore, everyone knew why Yasha didn't have his fall. They also knew that even without his fall, Yasha could still rely on the fall he borrowed from others for combat training. Naturally, no one would say anything about it. But Wu Yan. Roan? Randall, you might not know, but Yasha is a dragon breeder. Blake is an exception. The instructor thought Wu Yan didn't know about Yasha's situation, so he explained. His fall hasn't been born yet, but he can ride other people's dragons for combat. That's why the academy allowed him to borrow other people's fall. That is to say. Wu Yan interrupted the instructor with a, I've been waiting for you for a long time expression. As long as he can ride other people's fall and fight in combat, he doesn't have to bring his own fall, right? Ah. The instructor was at a loss for words. He waved his hand half-heartedly. It's a little troublesome to explain, but it's fine if you want to understand it that way. That's good. Wu Yen looked at Raymond with a calm expression. Then he said something that shocked everyone in the arena. You're right. You're right. You're right. Hey Raymond, can you lend me your fall for a moment? The air froze. The clear words reverberated in everyone's ears like an echo, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay, including the instructor and the blonde girl. Raymond and Yashur, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. Oh, Loang. Raymond was at a loss. He forced a smile. You're kidding, right? What? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. You don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. Raymond stuttered. His brain must have short-circuited. But you know what? Everyone's fall is only allowed to be ridden by their own master. If you ride other people's dragons, Dragon 1 will go crazy and it won't be a joke. Listening to Raymond's stuttering and cautious words, Wu Yen rolled his eyes. But Yashur is an exception, isn't he? How do you know I can't? You. Raymond immediately understood Wu Yen. Randall. The instructor reacted and began to voice his dissatisfaction. Even if you're a freshman, you should at least know how dangerous it is to ride other people's dragons. What if something happens? Wu Yen didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Raymond and asked one last question. Well, let me borrow it for a while. Raymond hesitated. It was obvious that he didn't believe Wu Yen could do it. Even Bridget bared its fangs at Wu Yen and roared angrily. Roar. Although it was only an earth dragon, it was still a dragon. Bridget's roar turned into a small gust of wind that blew at Wu Yen. His dragon robe and hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Seeing this scene, almost everyone at the scene rejoiced in his misfortune, and some even laughed mockingly. Enduring Bridget's roar with an expressionless face, Roan's wine-red eyes shifted to Bridget. He stared into the dragon's eyes, a trace of golden light flashing in his eyes. Shut up. A cold shout echoed without warning. The expressions on everyone's faces froze. They felt that it was ridiculous. A man yelling at a dragon. Wasn't that ridiculous? Just when everyone thought that Bridget was going to get angry and Raymond was about to calm him down, a shocking scene occurred. Oh whoa. Bridget, who was roaring majestically just now, looked like a puppy that saw a stick. It let out a whimper filled with fear. Its four limbs trembled as it closed its mouth. It even fell to the ground. Its dragon eyes were filled with fear. Impossible. Raymond was the first to cry out in disbelief when he saw his fall do something that even he had never seen before. Yashur also had a look of disbelief on his face. The boys and girls who were looking at Wu Yen with disdain were also stunned. They looked at Bridget, who was bowing down, and gradually lost their minds. Chapter 1278. Dragons are prideful by nature. This is a fact that every dragon cultivator and even ordinary people know. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for the fact that dragons can't replenish their star essence and are facing extinction, humans wouldn't be able to get involved with the powerful dragons at all. And now, a human was yelling at a dragon, and the dragon was actually lying on the ground like a puppy, as if it was prostrating itself on the ground in a subservient posture. If this scene is reported to the higher-ups of the academy, it will probably be recorded in the history books and be treated as a legend. After all, even if the masters of dragons want their dragons to bow down like this, no one knows if there are any examples, but at the very least they've never seen it before. Therefore, the first-year students of the advanced course class can only look at this scene dumbfoundedly, unable to react for a while. The blonde girl stared at Wu Yen standing in front of Bridget, her cold blue eyes trembled, not knowing what to think. Of course, Wu Yen, as the person involved, doesn't know what others are thinking, neither does Bridget. To the others, Wu Yen just yelled at Bridget. However, Bridget could feel the pressure coming from Wu Yan's yell. Bridget's blood started trembling and it felt like its heart was being crushed by Wu Yan's yell. That kind of oppressive feeling, Bridget had also felt it before. For example, in this Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, there were 5 holy dragons of the same race. That was the pressure that came from a higher level of life form. Moreover, the pressure that Bridget felt from this skinny human in front of him was the strongest he had ever felt in his life. It's stronger than the 5 holy dragons in the academy. Otherwise, Bridget wouldn't be in such a sorry state. For the dragon race, it was part of their prideful nature to pay their respects to a higher level of life. Therefore, the scene that others see as absurd is natural for the dragons who also feel the pressure from their life forms, so the students didn't notice. His own fall is also looking at Wu Yan with a respectful gaze. Of course. This is also because Wu Yan is the true ancestor, the king of vampires. That's why the dragons who follow the higher bloodlines are paying respect and fear to him. If the king of dragons comes in person. If the king of dragons came in person, it would bring pressure to the dragons. It's not just simple respect and fear. Ignoring the dumbfounded gazes of the people present. Wu Yan patted Bridget's thick back, then jumped on its back. He sat down on the riding gear. Roar. Bridget seemed to have received some kind of order. He no longer looked like a coward. Instead, he raised his head and roared. He exerted strength on his four limbs and stood up. He did not resist the rider on his back at all. No way, right? Raymond rubbed his eyes. After confirming that the scene in front of him was real, he cried out in shock. He's really got on it. The students who were awakened by Raymond's voice all burst into an uproar. Among them, Yashu, the instructor, and the blonde girl were still staring at Wu Yan, their hearts full of shock. The most special student after Ansari's Dragon Riding Academy, Yashu? After Blake, another genius dragon tamer, who could ride someone else's fall, had appeared. However, they didn't know that unlike Yashu, Wu Yan could only ride fall because of his physique, not because he's a genius dragon tamer. Instructor. Wu Yan finally smiled as if his prank had worked. He said to the instructor in a mocking tone, "Now I can fight too, right?" The instructor nodded his head in a daze. When he regained his senses, he quickly opened his mouth and said something that shocked all the students. "But you're clearly a dragon knight. Why don't you ride your own holy dragon and engage in dragon riding combat?" Dragon rider? A dragon rider. All the students trembled. No way. Yashu and Raymond were shocked as well. A dragon rider. The blonde girl's eyes narrowed slightly, and the way she looked at Wu Yan gradually changed. She no longer disagreed with him but a sense of competition. Apart from that, she couldn't help but be suspicious. There were only 5 holy dragons in the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In other words, among all the students in the academy, only 5 could be called dragon knights. If Wu Yan was a dragon rider, then it wasn't impossible for the academy to allow him to skip the basic classes and directly enter the advanced classes. At this thought, the students looked at Wu Yan with disdain and shock in their eyes. Now their gazes were filled with curiosity. Wu Yan was helpless when he saw this. To be honest, even the mother of dragons in this world might not be as strong as his dragon, let alone a holy dragon. After all, it was one of his trump cards. If he released it, all it would take was a full-powered attack to turn the entire Lorimon knighthood empire back to the Stone Age. Why would such an existence be released for actual combat training like dragon riding combat technique? It would be best if he didn't blow up the academy. Wu Yan pulled on Bridget's reins and said to the instructor, "Instructor, the higher the level of the dragon, the better the result of the battle. Although the dragon's strength is an important factor in the battle, the rider's ability is also a factor in the battle, isn't it?" This? The instructor was dumbfounded by Wu Yan's words. To put it bluntly, the so-called dragon riding skill was nothing more than a direct physical contact with the dragon, merging the rider's will with the dragon's will, and controlling the dragon one was riding to fight. Therefore, if a rider's ability is far superior to the other riders, then even if the dragon's level is disproportionate to the other riders, the rider will still be able to win. Wu Yan forced a smile when he saw the instructor's dumbfounded expression. Besides, isn't it unfair to ride a holy dragon against an earth dragon, a winged dragon, or a water dragon? You don't have to worry about that. However, the instructor gave such an answer after being startled for a moment. There are 5 holy dragons in our academy. The owner of one of them is in our class. In our class? This time it was Wu Yan's turn to be stunned. Sylvia? Her Highness, Princess of Lorimon. The instructor tilted his body slightly and called out to the students. Yes. Following a cold response, a young girl holding the reins stepped forward and looked at Wu Yan. Seeing this young girl, Wu Yan was stunned again. His eyes flashed with astonishment. It was all because of this so-called Sylvia, who had walked forward. Her Highness, Princess of Lorimon, is the golden-haired girl who looked at him with a sharp gaze. Her Highness? Wu Yan looked at the golden-haired girl in astonishment and asked with uncertainty. Her Highness, is that what she means? What other highness could there be? Yashio couldn't help but ridicule. Raymond also softly explained the situation to Yashio. She's the 4th daughter of the current Night King of Lorea Knighthood. She's also the 4th Princess of Lorea Knighthood, Sylvia. Princess of Lorimon. Hearing this, Wu Yan was speechless. He didn't think that he would be able to meet the princess of this kingdom while attending school. Should he call himself lucky? Or dogshit luck? The master of the holy dragon mentioned by the instructor, could it be this princess? Sylvia? Her Highness Princess Loria is one of the few dragon knights in our school. As expected, the instructor's words solved the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Her Highness is also a dragon knight, Roland? Randall, if you don't mind, let Her Highness be your sparring partner for the dragon riding combat skill training this time. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Every student's eyes lit up with excitement. A sparring match between two dragon knights? I can't not watch this. I have no problem. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Sylvia expressionlessly opened her mouth. She glanced at Wu Yan with cold eyes. Did I offend you? Wu Yan pursed his lips and he helplessly voiced out his thoughts. I have no problem as well. Chapter 1279. The first time she heard about someone transferring to the advanced class was the night before the start of the new semester. That night, Sylvia learned about the matter from her maid who was in charge of taking care of her, and she was very surprised. Of course, Sylvia was not surprised that someone had transferred to the advanced class. Instead, she was surprised that her maid would mention such a trivial matter. After all, Sylvia was a princess. Although her maid was only a maid, she was still a princess maid. Why would she pay attention to the transfer of a student and even tell her about it? However, after some questioning, Sylvia finally understood why her maid would tell her about such a matter. It was because the person who was about to transfer to the advanced class was not a student with good grades in the academy, but a person who had jumped to the advanced class without going through the basic class. Entering the advanced class without going through the basic class? Wasn't that going through the back door? Therefore, on that night, Sylvia's impression of this unknown new student dropped to the lowest point. Other than having a special identity as the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Loriman, Sylvia's meticulous, straightforward, and tough style was also one of the reasons why she was famous in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In order to obtain results that matched her status and behave in a manner that matched her status, Sylvia's training in the academy was extremely strict. Thanks to her hard work, Sylvia had successfully grown her foal, Lancelot, into a holy dragon while she was still learning the basics. Such results were not bad at all. Unfortunately, Sylvia's words and actions were too unreasonable due to her meticulous personality, causing her to receive a lot of negative comments. Therefore, Sylvia's results were good, her strength was strong, and she was a dragon knight. Her appearance was also second to none in the academy, but not a single student was willing to interact with her. It was also because of this that Sylvia, with her straightforward personality, had extreme feelings of rejection towards the students who came in through the back door. This was also the reason why Sylvia looked at Wu Yan with such a sharp and cold gaze. Originally, in today's dragon riding combat technique practical training. After learning that Wu Yan was a dragon knight, Sylvia's sense of disdain lessened significantly. However, the scene that appeared before Sylvia's eyes caused the fury in her heart to erupt. Looking at Wu Yan who was riding on Bridget, Sylvia suppressed the anger in her heart and spoke coldly. Are you looking down on me? Sylvia wasn't the only one who thought that way. That was what everyone thought. Knowing that his opponent was a dragon knight riding a holy dragon, he actually used an earth dragon that had yet to evolve to meet him. If this wasn't disdain, what else could it be? Listening to Sylvia's cold words and the whispers of the students around him, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel bitter inside. Should he release the black dragon or the white dragon for actual combat training? The power of a familiar was no laughing matter, not to mention the familiars of a primogenitor. Even the slightest ripple could wipe out the entire academy. How could Wu Yan do that? But he couldn't just tell her that. My dragon is too strong, I'll pass. That would make him a laughingstock. It had to be said that sometimes being too strong was also a sin. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Wu Yan shrugged. It's not necessarily the higher the level of the dragon, the more powerful the rider is. Didn't I just say that? Is that so? Not only did Sylvia not feel relieved, her expression became even colder. You're saying that with your abilities, you can defeat me riding a holy dragon even if you're riding an earth dragon, right? Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I also have my own reasons and difficulties if you must think of it this way. If that's the case, I can't help it. Sylvia was silent for a moment before she looked up. The coldness on her face disappeared, replaced by an expressionless one. I understand. With that said, Sylvia flipped over and jumped onto her fall. Lancelot immediately opened his eyes and soared into the sky. Roar with a dragon's roar, the holy dragon Lancelot, covered in white fur and as large as an elephant, looked down at Wu Yen with disdain. It was like a tiger staring at its prey. On his body, a clear flow of mana fluctuated in the air and rose up. Yawa! At the side, Raymond let out an exaggerated shout among the students who had completely fallen into the crowd of onlookers. It seems that the Blue Ice Princess has been infuriated. My Bridget, don't let anything happen to you. Riding an earth dragon and fighting a holy dragon. Yashur stared at Wu Yen and muttered. Can he really win? Under the watchful eyes of all the students, Sylvia looked down at Wu Yen with the bearing of a king. Her cold voice reverberated in the air. Don't think I'll go easy on you. With that, Sylvia swung her reins and her expression turned serious. Lancelot! Roar! Lancelot's eyes flashed fiercely. He leaped into the air and opened his mouth. A blue magic formation that was 1/3 the size of his body rippled out and aimed downwards like a cannon. The next moment, countless beams of light pierced through the air and rained down on Wu Yen like meteors falling from the sky. They enveloped the top of his head and rained down on him without giving him a chance to explain himself. Sylvia didn't go easy on him. Careful. Yashio and Raymond couldn't help but shout out. The faces of all the students also became solemn, and their hearts also rose. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yen raised his head and looked at the beams of light shooting towards him. He gently closed his eyes. Wah! The students widened their eyes in shock. Sylvia's eyes flashed fiercely. While the crowd was in an uproar because of Wu Yan's actions, Wu Yen connected his consciousness to Bridget's. The so-called dragon riding skill was to combine the rider's consciousness with the dragon's consciousness so that the dragon would follow the rider's consciousness and fight. It wasn't difficult for the rider and the dragon to merge their consciousness. Usually, as long as the dragon was willing to open its heart to the rider and accept the rider, it could be easily done. Once this was done, Wu Yen, who had infinite martial arts, would he need any other combat skills? The dragon provided power. The rider provided skill. Even if the power wasn't enough, Wu Yen, who had the strongest skill, would not lose to any rider. At least, he wouldn't lose to a dragon knight, who could only control a dragon and didn't have a paladin armor. Under the astonished gazes of the audience, Bridget also closed his eyes and started to dance. Yes, Bridget began to dance. Like a stream of light with afterimages, Bridget seemed to be able to see the incoming beams with his own eyes. His powerful dragon legs kicked the ground and his body flashed. Everyone could only see a dragon figure gliding in the field with ease, leaving afterimages behind as he dodged the beams one after another. Bang 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 bang, the beam of light directly dispersed the afterimage left by Bridget in the field and landed on the ground, exploding a burst of dust and smoke, stirring up small waves of wind that enveloped the entire training ground. When the beam of light fell, small pits had already appeared in the field. As for Bridget, he flashed once again and appeared in the center of the field, undamaged. What? Sylvia's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Heavens! The students outside the training field murmured in a daze. What kind of dragon riding skill is that? Yashur's face was filled with disbelief. My Bridget can still fight like that. Raymond was also stunned. While everyone was stunned by Bridget's miraculous dodging technique, Wu Yen opened his eyes and met Sylvia's gaze. The corner of his lips curled up. Dong! Bridget stomped on the ground and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lancelot. Sylvia's expression finally changed. Chapter 1280. In everyone's eyes, Bridget rose to the sky like a rocket. With a sharp piercing sound, he shot up like an arrow and flashed in front of Lancelot, who was flying in midair. In Sylvia's eyes, she only felt her eyes on Wu Yen blur for a moment. Following a muffled stomp, Wu Yen appeared in front of her on Bridget. Sylvia's heart clenched and her expression changed when she met the wine-red eyes right in front of her and saw the cold glint flashing in them. No matter if it was an earth dragon, a pterosaur, or a water dragon, once a dragon that could fly or not, once it evolved into a holy dragon, it would definitely grow wings and soar in the sky. Thus, in the eyes of others, in a battle between an earth dragon rider and a pterosaur rider, the pterosaur that had the advantage in the air would definitely have the upper hand. Not to mention, the one in the battle was not a pterosaur but a real holy dragon. An earth dragon jumping into the air in a battle with a flying opponent was undoubtedly a very foolish action. But such a foolish action brought Sylvia a frantic sense of danger. Sylvia's nerves immediately tensed up and she pulled the reins in her hand. Just as she wanted to control Lancelot to use a defensive spell, but before she could do so, A shadow of a whip appeared in front of Sylvia's eyes. That was Brigid's tail. Bang! Accompanied by a sonic boom, the powerful shadow of the whip struck Lancelot's body. The ferocious force poured into Lancelot's dragon body that was definitely tougher than an earth dragon's. With a muffled sound, Lancelot howled and fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! The huge dragon body smashed into the ground. A thick cloud of dust was stirred up. Lancelot let out a painful howl. Clearly it had suffered quite a bit of damage. Lancelot. Although Sylvia, who was riding Lancelot, did not suffer any direct damage, she still turned pale with fright. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound. It reached Sylvia's ears. Sylvia raised her head abruptly. She looked at the sky, and in the next second, Blyked's equally large figure was imprinted in her eyes again. In her eyes, it was as if a heavy mountain had smashed onto Lancelot's body. Boom! Brr! The violent impact caused Lancelot to howl in pain. His mind was in a mess and he almost lost consciousness. Sylvia almost fell from the impact. She grabbed onto the reins with all her might and barely managed to survive. However, the outcome had already been decided. Brigid stepped on Lancelot's body and aimed his mouth at Lancelot's head, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. At this point, Sylvia and Lancelot understood. As long as Lancelot made the slightest suspicious movement, the other party would not hesitate to release the magic that they had been preparing and smash Lancelot's body. Looking at Wu Yen, who is riding on Brigid, and Brigid, who is stepping on Lancelot, the instructor regained his senses when he saw Sylvia's dazed expression. He quickly announced the order. The winner is Roland? Randall. The instructor's sentence finally caused the stupefied students to come back to their senses. They looked at each other in dismay before a commotion broke out. He won. He really won. That Roland, riding an earth dragon, won against Her Highness riding a divine dragon. Too amazing, as expected of President Lebecca's guard. In the short span of half an hour, everyone's opinion of Wu Yen has changed from disdain at the start to support him at the present moment. Yashur. Did you see that? Did you see that? Raymond excitedly hugged Yashur and jumped up and down. My Blyket actually won against a divine dragon, and Her Highness Lancelot at that. The winner isn't Blyket, it's Roland. Yashur rolled his eyes at Raymond before looking at Wu Yen with excitement in his eyes. If I have Roland's superb riding skills, I won't be looked down upon even if Ball isn't born yet, right? To be able to display such strength while riding someone else's dragon, this is a true genius dragon tamer. You've worked hard. Riding Brigid down from Lancelot, Wu Yen also jumped down from Brigid's back. He patted Brigid's neck and Brigid whined like a spoiled child. Then Brigid raised its head and roared in excitement. For a dragon to be able to rely on one's strength to defeat an existence of a higher level is a kind of glory, isn't it? Sylvia snapped out of her daze and looked at Wu Yen, who was about to leave the arena with Blyket. She jumped down from Lancelot and shouted at Wu Yen. Wait. I haven't lost yet. You've already lost. Wu Yen frowned, causing Sylvia to become even more excited. If that's the case, let's fight again. What? Wu Yen said casually. Do we have a reason to fight again? Why not? How could there not be? Sylvia clenched her fists, her blue eyes filled with despair. I can't let Lancelot lose against an earth dragon. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. You won't allow it? Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. What do you mean? Are you implying that I can't win against you, Your Highness? No, that's not, that. Sylvia finally realized what she had said, and her pretty face turned pale. It's just. Tears welled up in her cold eyes, causing all the voices around her to disappear. How am I supposed to become a good knight? A good knight? Wu Yen raised his eyebrows, looking at Sylvia, who was trying her best to hold back her tears. He sighed. Although I don't really understand what you're thinking, you're only concerned about me using an earth dragon to defeat your divine dragon, right? Sylvia's expression tensed up, her thoughts were clearly exposed. Wu Yen closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his wine-red eyes were filled with sharpness. Listen carefully, Sylvia. Sylvia was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Yen to call her by her name. It wasn't just her, even the surrounding students were in an uproar, their voices filled with shock. However, Wu Yen ignored all of this. Looking straight into Sylvia's eyes, he spoke as if he was making a declaration. I can win against you not because Lancelot is too weak, nor is it because you're too weak, but because I'm stronger than you. You're stronger than me? Sylvia's body trembled. Yes, it's that simple. Wu Yen let go of Brigid's reins and walked in front of Sylvia, the breeze blowing his dragon-riding robe, causing his body to emit an oppressive aura, instantly suppressing Sylvia's aura. If you're really stubborn and want to prove your strength, then you should go back and seriously absorb the experience of this battle, improve yourself, and when you're stronger, come and challenge me again, not like a stray dog, unwilling to accept your defeat and recklessly challenging me. Or do you think that I was the one who used underhanded means to win against you? No. No. Sylvia bit her lips, her eyes filled with emotions. Although she didn't want to admit it, anyone with eyes could see that Wu Yen had been fighting head-on, not using any underhanded means. Just like what Wu Yen said, he won because he was stronger than Sylvia. Since that's the case, do you think you can win if you fight me again? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. If you dare to say that, then I can accept your challenge. Sylvia was silent, the surrounding students were silent as well. So, if you want to win against me, then become stronger. When you become stronger, then challenge me again. When that time comes, I won't refuse. Wu Yen didn't say anything else. He turned around, took Brigid's reins and walked out of the arena. Become stronger. Sylvia stared blankly at Wu Yan's departing figure. After a while, she clenched her fists, the despair in her eyes turning into determination. Yes, become stronger. Even if it's for him. I have to become stronger. Chapter 1281. The Student Council President, Lebecca? Randall's guard rune? Randall, the cheating student, who entered the academy through the back door, was not only a dragon knight, but he also used his excellent dragon riding skills to defeat a dragon knight, who rode a holy dragon in actual combat training. The fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon, Sylvia Randall, was also a dragon knight. Loria's knighthood. In less than half a day, such a rumor had swept through the entire Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Why was it that when the students heard such a rumor, their first reaction was to half believe it? That was only natural. Who was Sylvia? Not only was she the fourth princess of Loria's knighthood, but she was also a true dragon knight. Her grades were always first in the year, and no student of the same grade could surpass her. Although her interpersonal relationships weren't very good due to her personality, at least in terms of strength, there was no doubt about it. First in the year, another dragon knight. How could such an existence be defeated by an unknown guard using an earth dragon? If it wasn't for the advanced classes, Princess Sylvia and Rune? The students in Randall's class repeatedly guaranteed that it was true, that they saw it with their own eyes. Almost the entire class said so. Then the students of Ansari Academy didn't just half believe it, they didn't believe it at all. Until the instructors used this as a textbook example to tell the students the importance of dragon riding skills, all the students had no choice but to believe it. It was indeed true. Realizing this, the students were both shocked and relieved. They were shocked by the miraculous nature of Wu Yan's dragon riding skills, and they also understood why Wu Yan could be taken in by the academy through the back door. And so, in just half a day, the negative comments of taking the back door and cheating student all disappeared. In their place, there were positive rumors of miraculous dragon riding skills and another genius dragon tamer. To the students, the fact that Wu Yan had the ability to ride someone else's fall wasn't as shocking as the fact that he rode an earth dragon and defeated Sylvia, who was a dragon knight. As such, many of the aristocratic children who were studying in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy were coveting Wu Yan's magical dragon riding skill that allowed an earth dragon to defeat a holy dragon. One by one they rushed to pay him a visit. Hopefully he can learn the skill that can turn something rotten into something magical from Wu Yan. Of course it wasn't just the nobles. The rest of the students and even those outside the academy who had heard the news expressed their hope that Wu Yan would teach them the skill of riding a dragon. Because of this, they even offered a lot of tempting conditions. There are even a lot of people who want to be apprenticed to Wu Yan directly. The academy is also hoping to incorporate Wu Yan's dragon riding skill and teach it to the students. Unfortunately, when the entire Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy was in an uproar in order to find Wu Yan himself had disappeared from the eyes of others and came to the academy's library. As the famous dragon breeding academy in the Lorraine Kingdom, the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy's library was quite valuable. Basically, as long as it was related to dragons and dragon breeding, one could find it in the library of the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy. That was why Wu Yan came here to look for books that were useful to him. Walking through a passage filled with bookshelves, he scanned the books on the shelves while opening up his system tab without batting an eyelid. Dungeon World, Star Carving's Dragon Rider Dungeon Mission. Acquire Mission 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of his angel, Zafkiel, to use the Bullet of 12 Yod Bet. Return to the infant ritual in Abayan Forest when the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Holy Dragon Royal Family in the Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family. Obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Holy Dragon Royal Family before he was born. Mission reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2, yet to be activated. Mission 3, yet to be activated. After confirming his dungeon mission, Wu Yen put away the system list and started looking for books related to the Holy Dragon Royal Family. The world of Star Carving's Dragon Rider was a world that Wu Yen had never seen before. Naturally, Wu Yen had no idea who the Holy Dragon Royal Family was. Because of this, he could enter Kurumi's Red Jade mode at any time and use the ultimate ability of his angel, Zafkiel, Bullet of 12 Yod Bet. Returning to the past and continuing his own dungeon mission, but because he did not know anything about the Holy Dragon Royal Family, the dungeon mission was stuck in a stalemate. If he did not have enough information about the Holy Dragon Royal Family, he would not be able to continue the dungeon mission. Wu Yen didn't know when the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon Royal Family was entrusted to someone else. He also didn't know who the last descendant was entrusted to by the Dragon Matriarch. Even if he wanted to use the Bullet of 12 Yod Bet, he did not know how many years he would have to go back. In addition, using the Bullet of 12 Yod Bet would require a lot of time. Not only does it require a lot of time, it also requires a lot of spiritual power. With Kurumi's Red Jade mode spiritual power, it's hard to say if Wu Yen can return to the time when the last of the Elvalin's Holy Dragon Royal Family was sent out. Even if he could, the amount of time he could stay in the past would depend on the amount of time he spent using the Bullet of 12 Yod Bet. It's not realistic for Wu Yen to stay in the past for a long period of time. Therefore, Wu Yen needs to have a good grasp of information so that he can complete Quest 1 in the shortest amount of time possible. He had no choice but to come to the library to search for information. Wandering around the bookshelves, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes scanned the books on the shelves in an attempt to find the words Avalon, or Holy Dragon Royal Family. After 30 minutes, Wu Yen still did not find anything. This made Wu Yen vexed. Why is there not a single book related to this? Wu Yen frowned as he touched the thick covers of the books around him. Is there a secret behind this? Another voice came from behind Wu Yen without warning and echoed in his ears. What secret? The sudden voice woke Wu Yen from his thoughts. He turned around and saw Rebecca's breathtaking face 10 centimeters away from him. What? Seeing that pretty face so close to him, Wu Yen jumped in fright. He quickly jumped a distance away with a vigilant look on his face. What a hurtful reaction. Rebecca pretended to be sad and put on a tearful expression. Am I that scary? The normally majestic and gentle student council president had a unique style when she put on a tearful expression. It should be easy to attract a pack of wolves to fawn over her. However, Wu Yen, who was used to Shokuho Misaki and Kurumi's teasing, rolled his eyes in annoyance. Rebecca, you are doing this on purpose? How could I? Rebecca's tearful expression disappeared and was replaced with her usual elegant smile. The speed at which she changed her expression was astonishing. Instead, I would like to ask, why did the second famous genius dragon tamer of the academy come to the library? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then why would the famous Empress True Red appear here? Of course it's to find you. Rebecca narrowed her emerald eyes. Do you know that after you disappeared, everyone came here to ask about you? They even asked me to teach you how to ride a dragon. It's so annoying. Ugh. Wu Yen was speechless. Did you come here to take refuge? How could that be? Rebecca refuted without thinking. Although those people are annoying, it's not hard to brush them off. I came here to ask if you want to participate in the Ares Temple Dragon ritual. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.